Following, raise your fist. Two truths.
This is the story about dangerous UFO cults and murder. This is the story of what happens when someone gets stuck or trapped too deep down the rabbit hole of UFOs and aliens on the internet. There is substantial and supportive evidence that can show that some people get caught or stuck too deep in that rabbit hole. To some, UFOs and aliens on the internet becomes an obsession. An obsession so deep that some are willing to do anything to keep climbing down that ladder. Some people believe that by climbing further and further down that rabbit hole ladder and getting closer to the gatekeepers, those who hold the secrets, that they will be given some secret knowledge that others just don't have. I've often wondered about some of the people I've seen or met on UFO Twitter. Many of those people spend 8, 12, or even more hours a day feeding their obsession. And their obsession only grows with each new promise of revelations soon to come. But all those revelations that these so-called messiahs of disclosure are out there promising everyone never seem to come. But they've sure got something new to sell you every so often, don't they? And isn't it funny how they never seem to deliver on the promise of that disclosure soon to come? And what about the people that are selling this delusional fantasy world to people with little or no evidence at times? Do they bear any responsibility for the negative impacts that the obsession with this delusional fantasy world can have on people's real lives? I have witnessed the damage that this unhealthy obsession can do to many people who get stuck too far down this rabbit hole. It can lead to lost jobs, lost marriages, people who have lost their children, people who have destroyed their lives, even killed themselves. And what about the people who stood there taking the money of these people, selling them this delusional fantasy world where disclosure is going to come any day now, where the government has alien bodies and flying saucers, and soon will reveal the truth about it? What responsibility do those people have? When people's lives are destroyed, when marriages are destroyed, when people take their own lives, or when people get so far down this rabbit hole that they lose all sense of reality, that they finally snap and murder those closest to them, and murder those closest to them, and murder those closest to them, and murder those closest to them.
These are the true stories of murder in UFO land. Sadly, it happens more often than most people would ever imagine. Even sadder, almost none of the people selling the UFO narrative to the public dare mention this or even acknowledge it. The further and further we go down this rabbit hole, the curiouser and curiouser it will get. This is Murder in UFO Land. Greetings and salutations, friends. Tonight, we will be debuting a new series for us here at Truth Seekers, Murder in UFO Land. Tonight's story is about a man named Christopher Gray, who many of you may remember from UFO Twitter. He had various handles at UFO Researcher or at UFO Researchers, most prominently. Our story tonight begins with his descent into UFO Twitter and his absolute obsession with alien, UFO, and conspiracy stories. As I've researched this story, I kept asking myself if this tragedy could have been avoided, and maybe it could have if people had heeded the warning signs. I also asked myself if people feeding Christopher Gray's obsession with a steady diet of what I feel are mostly fake stories, I asked myself, do they have any responsibility for what happened here? And friends, I've got to tell you that I went deep down this rabbit hole, and tonight you will get to travel down this rabbit hole with me. Welcome to a very deep and very dark rabbit hole. Welcome to Murder in UFO Land. Now, the core story is about a murder, but the core story isn't the entire story. And tonight, I hope to take you deeper into this disturbing story than anyone has ever gone before. Unfortunately, media reports about the actual murder are very few, but I will share those few with you for reference. I just ask you to remember that there is a deeper, darker story here. And tonight, I will share all I know with you about this deep, dark story. So we begin our presentation tonight with the very few media reports about this event. One moment, let me make sure that I'm getting the right one first. Yes, we have an article from the Scottish Sun. By the way, I will be sharing most or all of my research materials for this story with anyone who cares about such things, but the articles are referenced in the description of the video. The first comes from the Scottish Sun. Home horror, killer son who stabbed dad 110 times in Scott's home and filmed him as he lay dying, detained at state hospital. A killer son who stabbed his dad 110 times and filmed him as he lay dying has been ordered to be detained at the state hospital. Christopher Gray, 49, bludgeoned father Alexander, 73, on the head, neck, chest, and arm in a frenzied attack at their home in Falkirk last February. He was later discovered by police still clutching a knife while kneeling over the pensioner, who had passed away by then. Gray had faced a murder charge in December, but was acquitted after prosecutors accepted he was suffering from a mental disorder at the time. Doctors found he was suffering from paranoid schizophrenia when he set upon his dad. At the High Court in Glasgow today, Lady Stacey ruled he be held at the high security mental health facility at Carstairs, Lancashire. Gray, who followed proceedings via video link, was told by the judge, "I know that you do not agree with the diagnosis, but take that you are prepared to their advice for treatment. You will remain in the state hospital." So very little coverage. Now, the next article, which I will be sharing with you, is a bit more detailed, and we get into the portion of the story which I think is relevant to many of us from UFO Twitter. And this again is from the Daily Record in Scotland. Killer's son left Scott's dad with 110 stab wounds and filmed him dying on Twitter. That's right. He filmed his father dying on Twitter. Christopher Gray was found by police still clutching a knife while kneeling over his dead father. A killer's son who left his father with 110 wounds filmed the pensioner on Twitter as he lay bleeding. Christopher Gray brutally attacked Alexander Gray, 73, at their home in Falkirk on February 23rd this year. This, of course, is 2021. The 49-year-old went online at 6:45 a.m. that morning and posted a video of his stricken dad. Police later forced entry after other relatives alerted them to their concerns. Gray was discovered still clutching a knife while kneeling over Alexander, who was already dead. Gray, who had no previous convictions, faced a murder charge at the High Court in Glasgow on Friday, but was acquitted after prosecutors accepted he was suffering from a mental disorder at the time. Prosecutor Alan Cameron told how there had been concerns about Gray days before the killing. He had been found by police rambling incoherently and walking in the middle of the road. He was assessed at the hospital, but was said not to meet the criteria for compulsory detention. Mr. Cameron went on to say prior to release, police and medical staff spoke to his father, who indicated that this type of behavior was not unusual, and he was happy to have him return to his property. But tragedy struck on that morning of February 23rd at the house. Gray posted the Twitter video with the message, "Down with Satan and his minions." Mr. Cameron went on to state it showed his father lying on the floor, wheezing heavily and apparently bleeding from the head. Gray appeared to be filming him while standing over him, making a series of bizarre comments. At 7:14 a.m., Gray called his brother, including stating to him he had smacked Dad around a wee bit. The advocate, Depute, said a further message containing references to similar matters was posted on his Twitter account 10 minutes later. The message tagged various other Twitter accounts, including those of famous individuals. And we have the list, friends, and we're going to be sharing that tonight. Those famous individuals are UFO celebrities. Gray went on to claim to his brother that he had pushed their dad, but that he was fine and he was now sleeping. Around 10 a.m., Gray then told his sister, Alexander, who is his father, was unconscious. It was then police were alerted and arrived soon after. Gray threatened he would blow the officers up if they came in. Backup was called and the police forced their way in around 11:15 a.m. Mr. Cameron said when they entered, they found Gray in the bedroom kneeling on the floor over his father and holding a knife. Gray dropped the blade before being handcuffed. The court heard Alexander, also known as Alistair, had suffered a total of at least 110 sharp force injuries to the head, neck, chest, and arm. Mr. Cameron stated all of these were inflicted by Gray, repeatedly striking his father with a knife. The rest of the Gray family are devastated by his death and the manner of it. Gray is currently in the state hospital at Carstairs. He watched the hearing via video link. 2 psychiatrists had prepared reports for the court. It was concluded that Gray was not, quote, criminally responsible, unquote, for what happened due to a mental disorder. His lawyer, Donald Findley, QC, defending, said he is sadly now aware of what has been described in court. Gray will remain at Carstairs in the meantime for treatment after Judge Lady Stacy imposed an interim compulsion order. The case will call again in February. So as we see, there's very little information about the actual murder, but I have done quite an exhaustive investigation into these events, and we have a great deal of information to share with you that shows a much deeper, darker side of the story. And it's important to note that the core story isn't the whole story. You know, the core story, what we just heard, it is the quick and dirty version of it. It goes much deeper. Christopher Gray apparently was completely obsessed with UFO Twitter, and multiple sources confirmed to me that he spent every waking hour of his life on UFO Twitter, and also watching and listening to content about UFOs, aliens, and conspiracies that he found there on UFO Twitter. All of these stories provided to him by names familiar to all of us: Lou Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, Tom DeLonge, George Knapp, Eric Davis, Jeremy Corbell, Richard Dolan, Grant Cameron, Project Unity, Ross Coulthard, and most especially, Christopher and Ryan Bledsoe. He was, according to multiple people close to him that I spoke with, obsessed with Christopher Bledsoe. And Christopher Gray believed that since Christopher Bledsoe knew and interacted with all of his heroes, those UFO celebrities, feeding him a steady diet of these stories, Christopher Gray believed that getting close to Bledsoe would get him close to all those heroes of disclosure, feeding him those stories that he had become so obsessed with. It is public record and known that Chris Bledsoe knew and interacted with many UFO celebrities, including those that I've just mentioned, and also others like Jim Semivan, John Alexander, and others. And in fact, you can buy Chris Bledsoe's new book right now, but not from me. We are going to share a graphic about Christopher Bledsoe, which to me is very telling. And it's from a recent conference appearance of his showing his various claims. And this is to display a very important point. Why is it that so many UFO celebrities are all interacting with, communicating with, and very friendly with Christopher Bledsoe? It may be because Chris Bledsoe is a one-stop shop for paranormal stories that you can sell to stupid people. Here is a graphic from so-called super experiencer Chris Bledsoe. He is having UFO sightings, orbs of various sizes and colors, ET entities, fairy, fae, nature, or spirit entities. He's interacting with angelic or celestial entities, strange entities, Bigfoot entities, but to clarify, in his dreams. He's interacting with, according to him, the Blessed Virgin Mary, or the Lady. The Lady will become very important to this story and something that the rest of the media missed, because Christopher Gray mentioned the Lady in both of the recordings that he made on the day of the murder. Chris Bledsoe is also interacting with having divine feminine encounters with ghosts or deceased people, poltergeists, or near one's house, objects moving, doors opening, knocks and footsteps. He is experiencing apports, items disappearing and or reappearing around the house. He's experiencing psi capacity in individuals activated, ESP, precognitive knowledge, near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, missing time, crop circles, hitchhiker effects. That is phenomena following someone home after they visited your home. He's experiencing powerful dreams teaching or being taught, physical traces, evidence of the phenomenon, body marks, weird smells, weird sounds, negative health effects, positive health effects, phenomena caught on camera video, phenomenon hard to catch on camera video, gifts or objects received from beings or the phenomena in general. The Oz factor, that is, everything becomes silent before or during an encounter. Multiple witnesses to various anomalous or paranormal events, episodes. The capacity to heal others. Telepathy. Downloads, that is, large amounts of information being available all of a sudden. Mystical experiences of unity and love. So is it any wonder, friends, why so many UFO celebrities have gotten close to Chris Bledsoe? And by the way, many of them I am aware of have milked him for stories to sell their followers. This is very troubling to me, considering the scant, or some would say non-existent, evidence of all of these claims. Look at this chart. This, my friends, is an absolutely ridiculous amount of claims. We've often talked here about staying in a lane, right? There's no lane for Chris Bledsoe. He is a one-stop shop for everything paranormal. And Christopher Gray, the murderer, was obsessed with Chris Bledsoe and his stories of all of these so-called paranormal happenings. So the gateway for Christopher Gray to both Bledsoe, these UFO celebrities, and many, many others was UFO Twitter. We did a detailed analysis of his Twitter activity, and we'll be showing some of the people he was communicating with and interacting with in the world of UFOs and aliens. UFO Twitter was Christopher Gray's obsession and gateway to his obsession with stories of aliens, UFOs, and conspiracies. I am including a short piece on UFO Twitter for the benefit of those. We have to remember, friends, that some people are going to be watching this from the world of true crime and have no idea what this thing called UFO Twitter is. So for their benefit and for all of our benefit, I thought it would be good to include a piece about that. Let's watch, friends. UFO Twitter. For those unaware, it's a hashtag on Twitter. Christopher Gray was very active there. There he tweeted about aliens, UFOs, and conspiracies. UFO Twitter is a hashtag, but more than that, it's a place where people interested in UFOs and aliens gather from all over the globe. Not coincidentally, it's also a place where all the profiteering hucksters pushing their mostly fake stories, latest monetized videos or podcasts, and expensive conferences full of fake storytellers advertise and promote their wares to the true believers. Always being at the ready with yet another story to sell, another book, another documentary, another expensive online or in-person UFO conference, another monetized video or podcast you can click on. Christopher Gray was one of those true believers. An analysis of his Twitter feed shows he spent all of his time consuming content about UFOs, aliens, and conspiracies. Somewhere along the way, Christopher Gray completely and totally lost his grip on reality. He became completely convinced that the stories being fed to him by these profiteering hucksters were completely true, and it drove him, quite literally, insane. Months before the crime Christopher Gray would become famous for, he committed other crimes, petty crimes against users of UFO Twitter. He began to cyberstalk and harass many people on UFO Twitter, and in one case we obtained evidence for, he sent pictures of a female user's home with many threats against her. Available evidence, including private messages sent to us exclusively, seemed to indicate that Christopher Gray began to lash out and attack anyone who challenged his worldview about aliens and conspiracies. He began to threaten, intimidate, cyberstalk, and harass anyone who would challenge those UFO celebrities bringing him these so-called true stories that he began to believe 100%. Christopher Gray got lost in a delusional fantasy land, spoon-fed to him by selfish, profiteering UFO and alien hucksters. On UFO Twitter, Christopher Gray got lost, too deep down this rabbit hole, too far into the world of aliens and conspiracies. So far, in fact, that it would become his new reality. And this new false reality he believed so strongly in would lead to murder. So, friends, it's important that we remember Chris Bledsoe's story about the mysterious entity that he called the Lady. Christopher Gray would mention the Lady multiple times in recordings he made the day the murder took place. He would also mention the Bledsoes directly in an email that he sent to many prominent UFO celebrities that he apparently had access to through email communications on the day of the murder. For Christopher Gray, UFO Twitter and the stories he consumed there became his obsession, and that obsession centered largely around Chris Bledsoe and his stories of the lady, the mysterious entity that Chris Bledsoe claimed to be in contact with. Christopher Gray was also apparently obsessed with climbing the ladder of the UFO world and getting close to those UFO celebrities who had fed him a steady diet of stories and conspiracies about aliens, New World Order, UFOs, and more. For Christopher Gray, UFO Twitter was his gateway to this obsession. Now, we will share with you some of Christopher Gray's Twitter posts, which I think are very telling about his mindset. And we can see that many of the people that he was following, promoting, retweeting, or communicating with are people that we have covered here in the past, people that I believe are, I struggle for a proper word. These people that he is consuming these stories from, what I can tell you is that they largely sell what I believe to be largely fake stories with little or no evidence as true stories. And I believe that that is quite irresponsible of them, considering how those stories may affect some people. So we will be sharing bits of Christopher Gray's. Oh, wait a minute. We're going to start in chronological order. Here he's sharing Project Unity, and I noticed in an analysis of his Twitter feed that he shared Project Unity quite often. For those unaware, Project Unity is one of those podcast people that I call the UFO circle jerk. Project Unity interviews many of these UFO celebrities selling fake or largely fake stories and does not do any fact-checking, research, or hard questioning or demands for evidence. Project Unity is one of those outlets where UFO celebrities go and they know that Project Unity will help them sell their fake stories. So here he is sharing Project Unity, talking about Tucker Carlson speaking with former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, Christopher Mellon, and the director of the so-called groundbreaking documentary film, The Phenomenon, James Fox. And it gets better, though. We also have him sharing Grant Cameron. He was interacting with and sharing many stories from Richard Dolan. Here we have what I believe to be a completely fake story that Richard Dolan has made more money from than anyone, selling a story with absolutely, to me, no proof or evidence, no verifiable proof or evidence, just a story. He is also sharing, Christopher Gray became convinced that that Twitter was censoring him and many other UFO celebrities that he followed, and indeed even made threats to UFOs. Here we have him sharing Spaced Out Radio, and I'm not going to comment on too many of these individuals, except to say that there exists here a distinct pattern that the people that Christopher Gray, before the murder, was obsessed with sharing, communicating with, and consuming their content are largely people who I don't believe present factual stories. Instead, they present less than factual stories as true stories. Let's leave it at that. Here we have him sharing Leslie Kean's interviews and Ralph Blumenthal. He was completely obsessed with the 2016 articles and with Luis Elizondo's story, even attacking people. He was one of those people that was very positive about Luis Elizondo telling the truth, and he would attack anyone on Twitter who said otherwise. Here he is again sharing Leslie Keene. We have him, we have him sharing also information about those senators that are so-called pro-disclosure senators like Marco Rubio and others. But a disturbing pattern exists here. Here we have him again sharing Project Unity. He shared Project Unity perhaps more than any other individual. And it's interesting to me that Project Unity is also connected to Ross Coulthart, and we'll hear more about another connection to Ross Coulthart here as we progress in this story. Here we have him sharing stories of the Skinwalker Ranch and Bob Bigelow. We also, again, he shared Richard Dolan stories and tried to tweet at and communicate with Richard Dolan. Here, George Knapp's The Mystery Wire and Bob Lazar stories. So as I began to do an analysis here we have him sharing something from Dr. Stephen Greer. Mr. Greer told everyone that he has been talking to someone who works in the basement of the Pentagon. This person has access to all 18 unacknowledged special access projects, and that he has been educating Greer on where and what is being worked on. And then he expected the room to believe it. So here's a very critical post about Stephen Greer, but he was sharing Stephen Greer material, who again tells unverifiable, I believe, completely fake stories with no evidence. That is the pattern. As I began to do an analysis on his Twitter feeds, the pattern that I saw emerge is that he is sharing, communicating with, tweeting at, and supporting all of these people who, in my opinion, share fake stories about aliens and UFOs. Here is some of the tweets that he tweeted, and these are largely repeating talking points from the UFO celebrities. Bodies have adapted to live in Earth and use a stick as a toll to eat ants. What do they possibly want from us? Even though it is late, it is not too late. There are many forms of aliens that are not hostile and willing to help us. Here's another disturbing tweet. They plan to wipe out more than 5/6 of the population so that they control the remaining easier and turn them into hybrids. And again, here he is sharing George Knapp stories. Here we have him sharing Jeremy Corbell. And he asks him, Jeremy, do you believe there has been a mass sighting that has been covered up due to what happened? That is, by many people in the know, that if the world saw it, they would wake up fast, but explained away as something else to avoid panic. Thanks for the story. We'll check out. So he's communicating directly with many of these UFO profiteering fake story hucksters, in my opinion. We got that one. And the last one is dated the day of the murder. This tweet is very disturbing, and he adds Jack Sarfati, well-known person in the world of UFOs. He says, I just caught Satan trying to create the Antichrist. Don't ever try launching anything or harm me or any of the innocents that you butchered and maimed in Satan's name. I am Jesus, not the Antichrist. I am also God. And there were previous signs to his unraveling and being mentally not well. And this made me wonder why no one intervened, attempted to get him help. But back to Chris Bledsoe and the Chris Bledsoe connection. So, a detailed analysis is what I did of Christopher Gray's Twitter feed, and it revealed who he was interacting with. We've seen some examples tonight of that, who he was retweeting and communicating with. And in my view, these are the many bad actors in the world of UFOs, many of which sell provably fake stories with little or no evidence. These are, in my opinion, UFO profiteering hucksters who sell fake stories to the gullible true believers. We've covered many of these UFO celebrities in the past and detailed how they in my opinion, sell stories as true when they have little to no proof of the story actually being true. One thing all the people Christopher Gray was following and consuming stories from had in common is they all profit from sometimes very fake stories that they push as true with little or no evidence that they are actually true. It's also important to note that I have many sources during this investigation that showed me very, very disturbing Twitter direct messages that were sent leading up to the murder. Christopher Gray was one of those people on UFO Twitter that would do very, some would say, illegal things and attack people who did not agree with his worldview, and also attack people who were questioning the stories of those UFO celebrities, which he considered heroes of disclosure. So Christopher Gray, leading up to the murder, begins to unravel, and he begins cyber stalking, harassing, and very, very seriously threatening multiple people on UFO Twitter. Many of them were women. And we have been sent exclusively here screenshots of many Twitter DMs from multiple people. Most of those screenshots I am now in possession of are from females, from women. And it is very disturbing to read these messages and the threats, even threats of sexual violence in some cases, that are included in these direct messages to people. These Twitter direct messages detail a pattern of harassment, threats, and cyber stalking, specifically directed against anyone who questioned his UFO celebrity heroes of disclosure. And in one case, probably the most disturbing case, Christopher Gray actually sent messages to a woman who will remain nameless, still very traumatized by these events. Christopher Gray sent pictures of that woman's house to her and threatened her and her family repeatedly. Now, if this were one message, it may not be so disturbing, but I am, in fact, have been in communication with multiple women who sent me direct messages leading up to the date of the murder, where Christopher Gray was threatening murdering them, sexual violence against them, killing their family members. And many of those people were critical of his heroes, so-called heroes of UFO disclosure. So leading up to the murder, he was threatening people, viciously cyber stalking people, sending people pictures of their homes, letting them know that he knew where they lived, sending them addresses. In another case, he called someone from UFO Twitter at her job and threatened her, letting her know that he knew both where she lived and where she worked. I will be releasing these Twitter DMs once redacted via a Google Drive link, which I will make available to anyone else, so everyone can see for themselves how Christopher Gray began lashing out at anyone who challenged his views on aliens, UFOs, conspiracies, or any of the people selling the stories that he considered heroes and was following obsessively. In some of those disturbing private messages, it seems that Christopher Gray was convinced that people, including the Bledsoe family, were somehow out to get him. And this brings us back to the Chris Bledsoe connection. Besides these UFO fairy tale storytelling hucksters that he was spending all of his time listening to, Christopher Gray was apparently obsessed with Chris Bledsoe and all of his stories. We saw that Chris Bledsoe has a great deal of stories about UFOs, aliens, interdimensional beings, Bigfoot, angels, demons, poltergeists, and more. So Chris Bledsoe was a focal point for him, and all of his stories became a focal point for him. So we're going to look at some information about Chris Bledsoe and some of his story. But I need you It's very important that we pay very careful attention to Chris Bledsoe's talk of the so-called lady, the lady, because Christopher would mention the lady multiple times in his communications on the day of the murder. Multiple sources who were close to Christopher Gray confirmed to me that Christopher was convinced that he was communicating with the lady. And because of that, the Bledsoe family was somehow out to get him. He became increasingly paranoid and somehow became convinced that a vast conspiracy was being hatched against him and that an army of enemies, including the Bledsoe family, were intent on killing him and those closest to him, apparently in some effort to get him to stop communicating with the lady. So as far as Chris Bledsoe, as I mentioned, he was known to interact with and even be very close to some of those UFO celebrities that Christopher Gray considered heroes of disclosure and that Christopher Gray was so obsessed with. And the reason for this, Chris Bledsoe being so close to so many UFO celebrities, is because he's chock full of fantastical stories about the paranormal, stories that many of them milked him for and sold to their gullible believers. Chris Bledsoe essentially claims to be some kind of magnet for all manner of paranormal activity. And we will see a short video here about that. Please remember that what we're going to see here in this broadcast is just a tiny, tiny percentage of his very fantastical, out-of-the-world claims made by this Chris Bledsoe. So here is a retelling of the story of Chris Bledsoe.
The Chris Bledsoe story, as summarized by Nick Hinton. Part 1 of this encounter started on January 8, 2007, when Chris, 3 coworkers, and his son had an encounter that included a face-to-face interaction, which included hours of missing time. Chris did not want to share his story because he was afraid for his reputation, but he eventually contacted MUFON, who created a documentary about his encounter, and they documented several anomalies, including Chris being healed of Crohn's disease. During hypnotic regression, he spoke about being taken on board the craft, where the occupants informed him that they were here to serve creation. However, the MUFON documentary made them look foolish, and his family was ridiculed by the public. High strangeness continued for the next 5 years, and Chris began to believe that the ETs were angelic. Chris stopped telling his story until 2012 when he met the lady. And this is when his experiences went from creepy to awe-inspiring. Check out my next video or Chris's thread if you want more information about the details of this event. Part 2 of the Chris Bledsoe story by Nick Hinton. Having just met the lady in 2012, high strangeness continued to occur, including objects materializing out of thin air. The lady and these anomalies got the attention of Tom DeLonge, Jim Semivan, and others from the CIA and NASA, and John B. Alexander, who was impressed by Chris's newfound ability to do remote viewing. At this point, Chris found out that the MUFON documentary was actually a hit piece that was orchestrated by people that do not want the spiritual aspect of UFOs being discussed. The higher-ups at NASA take the lady serious and believe she's been appearing to humans for thousands of years, and is here to help humanity transition into the age of Aquarius. She brings a warning that Mother Nature will literally shake us off of her if we are too destructive, and that the wisest path forward is by choosing love over fear. Nick states that he doesn't know if he believes all of it, but he at least knows the phenomenon is real, and that you look at this information presented with an open mind.
Yes, and I have looked at the information that Chris Bledsoe presents with an open mind, but I always come away wondering where the proof or evidence is. And there was, in fact, there is substantial evidence that Chris Bledsoe fakes some of his so-called UFO encounters or encounters with aliens. I'm personally aware that his son, Ryan Bledsoe, for a time was posting absolutely ridiculous things on UFO Twitter, including a flashlight behind a Lego man, a little Lego man toy sitting on a rock that he claimed was an extraterrestrial. This has led many more skeptical-minded people to sort of make fun of Chris Bledsoe and the Bledsoe narrative. And those skeptics are always met with a great many attacks. Here we have an example of someone sort of making fun at Chris Bledsoe's apparent fantastical stories with little or no evidence. And many people, again, believe that there is substantial and supportive evidence that Chris Bledsoe fakes things in order to profit from the UFO community. Let's watch this, friends.
This is the Bledsoe family.
Solid object. I just walked out and asked for it to appear, and there it is. I wrote over the sign, totally silent. Thank you. There it goes.
So every night for 15 years, my dad experiences orbs, and they show up and they're glowing balls of light. And sometimes they get really close, sometimes they get far away, in the trees, in the sky, over the water, it doesn't really matter. But, it's an ongoing thing that happens in and around us.
How about the star?
No, that was it. It appeared right over the tree.
Oh my gosh.
It appeared. I told you. I saw it. I come out here to turn the gas up.
Yeah. So this, my friends, is where the story takes a very disturbing turn. Because throughout my research, I began to hear from different people, many of which would not do an on-camera interview. And really more disturbing than what I believe to be his largely fake claims are his claims, Chris Bledsoe's claims, of being able to heal even terminal illnesses with ease, with the help of his alien friends or angel friends, perhaps. I was able to find multiple sources who spoke to me and told me stories of a person named Jonathan Davies, who was, besides apparently being a researcher for Ross Coulthart, was also apparently someone who recruited people into the alleged Chris Bledsoe cult, telling people, Jonathan Davies would tell people that Chris Bledsoe had the ability to heal even terminal cancer or other terminal illnesses. In all these stories that I heard from multiple sources, people were told by Jonathan Davies and others that Chris Bledsoe, through his talking to aliens and angels, perhaps, could heal people of even terminal illnesses and had done so many, many times in the past. Most of those people wouldn't do an interview with me, but I found one person who would give me an interview about this on camera and on the record. His name was Jonathan Young, and he told a disturbingly similar story to the stories I had already heard that others had told me. And so here, my friends, is part of that interview about Bledsoe and his claims of healing terminal illnesses.
Did you want to explain, like, how is it that you got involved with these people, specifically some of them like Jonathan Davies or the others?
Well, I didn't know Jonathan Davies. I was not that I can't remember ever interacting with Jonathan Davies personally, like one-to-one in telephone conversations or anything like that. I joined UFO Twitter in 2016. Basically, I was very interested in the Tom DeLonge TTSA story. I'd been interested in the UFO story for a long time. And of course, all of a sudden, I've thought there's people here trying to get this story out, So I was fixed, and I was in the middle of talking with people in Twitter, and it became, all of a sudden, this UFO Twitter appeared, and everybody was starting to talk about it, because I was originally sort of on Facebook, as a lot of people are. I think they evolved to become orangutans on Twitter, and you just get in groups of people talking, and you can see it's actually become like a hive. It's like a hive mind. It's
sure, yeah.
It's that some of these people are absolutely evil. They're nasty pieces of work. if you
And
don't
how did
go,
you? I was going to say, how did you? So you had a daughter that was having some health issues, and some of these people that you're interacting with hear about this. Can you talk about that? And
yeah. So right, okay. I introduced myself to Jonathan Davies because of something else that had gone on, and we started talking, and he was talking a lot about Christopher Bledsoe.
Okay.
And how he'd cured people of this, that, and the other, and how he had a friend that had cancer, and he cured them of it, you know.
So just to be clear, because we want to be very clear. So Jonathan Davies is telling you that Bledsoe is curing people of cancer and other ailments.
He'd cured somebody that Jonathan knew, or had a friend that had been cured of cancer. And
during this time, your daughter was having severe health problems, right? And Jonathan was aware of that.
I made him aware of that. I thought about it, and I thought, oh, you know, I wonder if it can help with Nina, because she'd contracted a very intense strain of diabetes, which we thought was diabetes type 1, but they're calling it like strain 3, which is like one that means that it's very difficult to control. Even with the insulin. So, and the worst thing is, in the first year, as it's taking a grip on the body and it starts to shut the pancreas down, she went from like 100% pancreas to 25%, and it nearly killed her. We almost, it was a bit intense, and I think at the time, we'd had a lot of stress and strain in the family because my partner had cancer, and she had gone through a massive operation, 10-hour operation. And during that time also, we'd lost my mother. You know, so there was just your brain.
So obviously, this was a very vulnerable time for you. You've got a daughter with health issues, deaths in the family, wife with cancer.
Yeah, it was
dealing with health issues. And along comes Jonathan Davies to tell you that Mr. Bledsoe has healed people of serious ailments like cancer. And was it your impression that he was offering to get Bledsoe to help with your daughter then?
Well, I literally asked. I said, "You put," because he did put it in my mind to, you know, so I said, "Oh, you know," I said, "Do you think he'd possibly help my daughter?" And literally with that, he said, "Yeah, I'll go ask him." And next minute it was, he came back to me, I think a day later, says, "Yeah, he'll do it." And he said,
and exactly what was your understanding? So, like, is Christopher Bledsoe has some sort of healing superpowers himself, or these healings are coming through the entities or aliens that he's claiming to be in contact with?
He believes that he's you know, he's in contact with them, and they're assisting with the healing. It's not him that's doing it. He's asking them.
And so through Jonathan Davies, Christopher Bledsoe asked you to do some things, and what was that about?
Yeah, he asked me to send out a hair sample, a photograph, and an item of clothing, which, if you think about it, is DNA.
Yeah, that's a little bizarre. And it also, for those unaware, or maybe you're not aware, but, you know, in ceremonial magic, when you're casting spells on people, a lock of hair is what you need, or what is used. Quite often. So that's pretty bizarre to me that he would ask for a lock of her hair.
Yeah, I mean, mysteriously, the package took 8 weeks to get there.
Well, that's strange. And so after he receives the package, what do you hear back from Jonathan Davies through he's communicating for Bledsoe. What is it that you hear back after he gets the package?
Yeah, he's got the package. I got a text saying, yeah, he's got the package and he's going to let us know. He asked me not to say anything to anyone and to keep it an absolute secret because Chris had some bad press and bad shit before because, things hadn't worked out. So, and there'd been a lot of people giving Chris grief. And I think he'd shut his account through trolls and whatever on Twitter. So I sort of said, yeah, I'll keep quiet about it. Wouldn't say anything. And then nothing. But then all of a sudden, obviously, then I started interacting with Chris via Facebook Messenger. And I was getting a lot of very strange texts about what he was doing and going out and praying and talking to angels and oh my goodness.
I've seen some of those.
I've made them available to
we'll be sharing those with the audience as well.
I've made them available to you. So I wanted you to get a picture of the weirdness of it all, really, and the craziness of it all. So
obviously, this, and it's okay. I mean, you were having a very trying time, and it's very stressful.
It was.
It was. Did you like personally believe that this was going to work? Like he was going to talk to the aliens, and your daughter would be healed somehow?
I was at that time. I was in completely two minds because I just was. I was willing to try anything, if you know what I mean, just to see if it's. Yeah, it was very woo. I was hoping something might happen, but absolutely nothing happened. And zero. And
so your daughter didn't have any improvement after
none
the
whatsoever
healing session.
No improvement at all. Diabetes got worse.
Yeah, so I guess I also just on a human level wanted to know, like, how is your daughter doing now?
She had to get seen to medically anyway, because there's no way we were going to leave it in the hands of somebody like Chris Bledsoe. The
lady and the aliens.
Yeah,
and Chris Bledsoe.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a no-go. It became a no-go.
Sure. And now after coming out of this experience, what do you think of Chris Bledsoe and all of his various claims of, contact with aliens and all of that stuff? I mean, what do you think about him now? Do you think he's a dangerous cult figure, or do you think he's harmless?
No, I don't know. I think he believes what he believes. Whether he sees what he says he sees, I've not seen any proper evidence of it. Have you? Have you seen any real evidence of it? No. Nobody has.
But I have seen evidence of fakery and
exactly,
and including his son, which is troubling to me because I'm a father. So he seems to be including his son in all of these in this belief system, and I've seen his son like posting pictures of Lego figures on a rock with a flashlight behind it, claiming it was an alien and other weird, strange things that just don't make any sense. And to me, as a father, I consider this a form of child abuse. Like, why would you? He's messing with his son's head, apparently, or something. It doesn't sit well with me as a father that he's involving his. If you want to have these wackadoo beliefs, that's fine, but in my opinion, you should leave your children out of it.
Yeah,
it's disturbing to me.
Well, the story's good, isn't it? For the family, I think.
Yeah, and they're going to have a book. They're going to have a book. They have Jim Semivan, I think. There's a book coming out of the Bledsoe experiences and things like that, which is a whole nother story, I suppose.
I saw the cover of it yesterday get published on Twitter. Yeah.
What is your belief now about the UFOs and all that stuff? Because you were obviously once incredibly interested in
I was incredibly interested in the topic. I've stepped away from it, and I've been, you know, as I say, just enjoying doing my photographs and putting them up.
Sure.
But like people say, oh, you know, Jonathan, he's mad. He sees aliens in the clouds and stuff like that. You know, it's just they like to slag me off.
Yeah,
and,
well, I do.
you know.
I do want to thank you for your courage and for telling your story, because my concern is that other people may not have somebody to help pull them out, and other people may get too deep into this belief system and maybe ignore real medical treatment because the aliens are going to do it for them, or some, you know, this gets dangerous really fast. So I want to thank you for having the courage to tell your story, because it may raise awareness and stop them from, you know, pushing this belief system, whether they believe it or not. Or, you know, I just think it's dangerous when somebody is having very serious medical issues to involve some belief system about aliens, just as I would a faith healer, though, or you know, I think prayer is helpful. Great, you can pray, but you need doctors, you need medicine, you need specialists, you need, you know, and this is extremely dangerous, especially if Jonathan Davies is running around telling people that Chris Bledsoe's somehow magically curing people of cancer. That's very dangerous. It's very dangerous.
Yeah, extremely dangerous. If people fall foul of it, as some have, you know, it can end up in a very serious situation, as we've seen with somebody else.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
All right, friends. So I mentioned previously that I've had multiple sources telling me similar stories to the story that we have just heard. And there is more evidence that this is the case, that Chris Bledsoe and the cult-like group around him are recruiting people, telling them that Chris Bledsoe can cure terminal illnesses. We heard this person, Jonathan, detail a story of being asked to send an article of clothing, a lock of hair, and a photo to Chris Bledsoe. This is further supported by multiple sources that I've talked to, telling very, very similar stories, and it is further supported by public information. Here we have a Twitter post by Science Bob McGuire. People wishing for help and believing Chris Bledsoe has a path to ask for it. I don't know much about this and found out by personal experience. I'm the lucky one he tries to help. And here, on a tree that has its own wackadoo, to be honest, I think it's a wackadoo story. The tree caught on fire but didn't burn. It burned out the center of it. I don't think there's anything paranormal or extraordinary about this tree. In fact, I have a cabin in the wilderness of Pennsylvania in the mountains. I can find you 10 similar trees to this with a hollowed out center. But according to Chris Bledsoe, there's some paranormal happenings with this tree. So we see here some 7 or 8 packages, all packages that were sent to Chris Bledsoe, all from people that are experiencing illnesses and need the help of the aliens, or the quote, lady, unquote. 7 or 8 packages here. And just a note to be sure that we are clear here, all of the sources, including the one you just heard from that I spoke with, that did send Bledsoe a package of DNA, a piece of clothing, and a photo. Apparently, Chris Bledsoe puts them in a bag and puts them in this magic tree. And then he goes and talks to the angels and the aliens to intercede on these people's behalf and cure them of cancer, severe diabetes, dementia, or anything else that ails them. And so far, from everyone I have spoken to, multiple sources, probably 4 or 5, including Jonathan, all of them reported to me that they experienced absolutely no improvement in their medical condition. This, my friends, is where I believe things get dangerous, because if you're experiencing a terminal illness, I don't think that putting your faith in some guy talking to angels and aliens is a good idea. That's my personal belief. Your beliefs may differ, and people are free to believe whatever it is that they want to. And we see Recon Strange here replying, do you not see anything unethical in a post like this? Mickey says, does Chris believe that we all have the power within us? I mean, I prayed for my mother to get better and she never did. And I know when it's your time, it's your time. Unfortunate. Somebody asking what's going on here. But again, the claims are that if you just send Chris Bledsoe a lock of hair, a piece of clothing, and a picture, he'll cure you of whatever ails you. I think that is very, to be honest and very direct about it, I think that this is extremely immoral, unethical, and problematic. I think that Mr. Bledsoe is being irresponsible here in misleading people and perhaps giving them false hope, especially if they are experiencing a terminal illness. And it's important to remember that all of the UFO celebrities are actively milking this man for stories to sell their gullible followers. By the way, I would certainly invite an interview with Mr. Bledsoe so he can tell his side of the story. I would be happy to be respectful and kind to him and have him explain this to us in more detail. But the Bledsoe connection is very clear in this Christopher Gray murder, because Christopher Gray became obsessed with Chris Bledsoe and the so-called lady that Chris Bledsoe talks about. And Christopher Gray was obsessed with using his obsession, using his association with Bledsoe, his friendship with him, to get to the top tier UFO celebrities that he knew Bledsoe interacted with and communicated with frequently. Christopher Gray was somehow convinced that he could climb the so-called ladder of UFO land and get to the highest people in UFO land, and that they then would share their so-called core secrets directly with him. Very, very disturbing connection. And remember that Christopher Gray, on the day of the murder, would mention the lady multiple times. And I believe he's referring to Chris Bledsoe's lady, this mysterious entity that Bledsoe claims to be in communication with, that helps him heal people of terminal cancer. And to be clear, I have seen no evidence or proof of any miraculous cures coming from the Bledsoe alleged cult. On to our next piece of the story. So we have established clearly that there is a connection between the murderer Christopher Gray and the Chris Bledsoe so-called or alleged UFO cult. We have heard from a witness about Bledsoe making claims through his intermediaries, and I have also spoken with many, many people who have told me that they were approached by either Jonathan Davis or many other people in this group and, quote, recruited, unquote, into this group around Chris Bledsoe, all of which glorify and even think him to be some sort of UFO savior or deity or bridge between our species and other species, including angels and demons and aliens and interdimensional beings. It gets very, very woo very quickly. So on February 23rd, 2021, Christopher Gray, by all accounts, finally snapped. And he had been unraveling up to this point, becoming increasingly more and more unstable, and he was more and more threatening violence, warning people as well, members of UFO Twitter, that people were out to get him. People were out to harm him and kill him. And people were trying to create the Antichrist because he was in communication with the lady, and the lady and him were going to stop the Antichrist and the end of the world. So Christopher Gray, after being obsessed with UFOs and aliens and all these UFO celebrities' fake stories, that's my opinion that they're fake stories he was obsessed with. And he was obsessed completely and totally with Bledsoe and the lady. Gray finally snapped and has, on February 23rd, what can only be described as a total psychotic breakdown. He called his brother with warnings about hurting people. He recorded this call, and it was sent to some of the biggest names in the so-called world of UFOs. And we'll have a look at that list after we take a listen to this. Now, this call may be disturbing to some viewers. Fair warning. This is right at the time that Christopher Gray murdered his father, stabbed his father over 110 times. This is the audio call which Christopher Gray recorded, put on Twitter, and then emailed to this huge list of UFO celebrities. Many of those UFO celebrities were people he had interacted with, communicated with on Twitter, communicated with via email, and more. This is the actual audio call, and this, I believe, is a Truth Seekers exclusive. I'm not aware that anyone else has published or released this audio call. We publish it here for the purposes of demonstrating what happened that day, how Christopher Gray unraveled totally. And it's very disturbing. This is the call with his brother right at the time of the murder, friends.
Oh, he's having a wee sleep at the moment.
Is he?
Aye.
So what's this about your pictures that you're getting paranoid about? What are you accusing me of?
I'm not accusing you of anything, Stu. I'm accusing Dad, though.
Of what?
Try to create the Antichrist.
What? No, man. Dad is a harmless old man.
Is he?
Yes.
So who? Well,
get reality, man. Just come back to reality first, like.
I have, but guess what?
Have you slept last night?
No, but guess what? Don't ever go there. Don't ever go there. I've been in touch with the Pentagon and everyone, mate.
Right. So hang on. Right. So what do you do to Dad?
He tried something with me, and I ended up hitting him.
Hit him like.
I just hit him. He's fine. He's fine.
Punched
But
him?
yes.
You said you smacked him about a bit.
Yeah, I did. Because I don't like being murdered and try to be created as the Antichrist. Guess what?
Man.
Guess what? You got Jesus and God, and there's fucking tons of UFOs flying around. If anyone ever fucking tries anything, this place is getting burnt to a crisp. And guess what? There is something in my neck, right?
There's something in your neck.
And I don't know what it is, all right? It's like an implant, okay? I don't know what it is. If anyone touches me, comes anywhere near me, if I ever see, there was a big mistake. There was a guy that took my photograph, and they started killing people, Stuart. They started killing all my friends. You don't fucking do that, okay? All right? Because guess what? There's going to be a big fucking trial, and it's going to get messy. Now, Lady Justice, if you've ever heard of the lady before, she's actually my teacher. And she's linked to the Ashtar Command, okay? See when the day the Earth stood still happened? Are you still there, Stu? When the day the Earth stood still, there was a warning, all right? You do not go out and cause trouble with your neighbours. When you're crusading around the universe, causing havoc, all right, eventually God will step in. Okay?
Yep.
So listen, everything's fine. Dad's going to be fine. He's not that hurt, okay? I made sure of it. But unfortunately, I've pretty much told the world a little bit. Or the right people. I've not told the world yet. Eh?
Hang on, that's our bus driver. Hang on.
Okay, good luck.
I'll phone you back.
No worries, there's no drama. There doesn't have to be any drama at all. But see, when you try to create the Antichrist and you get Jesus instead,
Right,
you're in trouble.
I need to go.
You're in trouble, okay? You're going to be fine, Dad, okay? But anyone comes near here, and there's going to be serious trouble.
What is, my friends, most disturbing about this call, it is made right at the time Christopher Gray murdered his father by stabbing him over 110 times. And I'm not sure that you caught it, but during this call, Christopher Gray mentioned someone who took his photograph. We have seen examples of Chris Bledsoe asking people for a photograph and a DNA sample. And I was told by sources, which would not do an on-camera interview, that Christopher Gray is one of the people who sent Chris Bledsoe a photograph and a DNA sample and a piece of his clothing. This I cannot verify through more than one source, but I am including that information here, and I will be following up trying to find more verification that Christopher Gray is one of the people that indeed sent Chris Bledsoe a photo and a DNA sample for whatever reason. What I can establish is that Christopher Gray was obsessed with Bledsoe and his stories of the lady. Even more disturbing than this call is that after he recorded this call, he sent this recorded call to some of the biggest so-called UFO celebrities in the world through an email list. We have that email list, and I will share it with you. Many of the people on this list are people that Christopher Gray met on UFO Twitter and had been communicating with for some time. These people included many people we've mentioned before whose stories he had been consuming and obsessed with for some time. Most notably included and sent this recorded call the day of the murder were people like Tom DeLonge, Nick Pope, George Knapp, Kit Green, Robert Morningstar, Jim Pennison, Luis Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, Eric Davis, Bruce McAfee, Danny Silva, Kit Green, and many, many more well-known so-called UFO celebrities from the world of UFOs. I will share the list with you, and it's important also to note that I reached out to many of the people on this list for comment. Why did Christopher Gray, on the day of the murder, send you this recording? What communications did you have with Mr. Christopher Gray leading up to the murder? And so far, not a single person that I have reached out to, I've reached out to many on this list, have returned any communication with me. And I did request a comment about this, but have gotten no reply. So this is the email list that he sent it to, and we can see many people that I mentioned. Here's Nick Pope, Tom DeLonge. We have Luis Elizondo is here on the list. We have Kit Green is on the list. We have Christopher Mellon and many, many more, friends. So this message, this recorded phone call was sent along with quite a warning from Christopher Gray on the day of the murder. I tried my very best to find out exactly why each of these people were included on the list, but was unable to get any definitive answers despite a really Herculean effort at researching. I researched each of the people on the list, tried to find out why he would include them. Again, here we see people like George Knapp and many, many others that he sent this recording to right at the time of the murder. Here we see Jack Sarfati, Robert Morningstar, and many, many other well-known names in the world of UFOs. And here is the text body of the message. He put subject Satan and the Christ and the Christ Antichrist. He says to all these UFO celebrities and people that he sent this message to, the man talking is my brother, who maybe took part in trying to explode something bad and frame Jesus to make the Antichrist. God is not happy. I can forgive you all, but the lady is here. Again, a reference, I believe, to Chris Bledsoe's so-called lady, the mysterious angelic entity that Chris Bledsoe calls the lady. She will judge people. It's Ashtar Command stuff. Day the earth stood still. P's my name is Christopher Lindsay Gray, sadly son of Alexander Gray. He's fine, but nobody come near me. There are lots of time travelers here watching everything you do, so don't even think about doing bad things ever. Never lie to me. It will be documented. He goes on to say, I don't like being tried to be repeatedly framed and murdered. It gets boring eventually. God is watching all of you and can see what you're thinking. So please never come near me. Something is inside my neck. Again, a reference to a so-called alien implant that he believed that he had. He goes on to say, I don't know what it is. I have no idea. L put it there, or somebody did. Never get caught going against the true God. Satan is not the true God. It was a trick. There are lots of time-traveling races watching all of your actions, also known as Ashtar Command. And anyone familiar with UFOs will be familiar with the term Ashtar Command. It is a reference to a group of aliens. It has been referenced many, many times in UFO land. He goes on to say, please be nice and nobody ever dream of harming another innocent. That is, here we go, one of the Bledsoes, cousins, etc., touch anybody linked to me, and your trials won't go down well. E.T. can read thoughts. Don't ever think of harming me or my family. This is a message directly to the Bledsoes. He is apparently convinced that the Bledsoes are trying to harm him or his family. Speak to the Queen about it if you have any questions. Seriously. Kind regards. Christopher Lindsay Gray, also known on Twitter as @UFO_researcher or @UFO_researchers or @UFO researchers. Very disturbing. And again, we see that he references the lady and the Bledsoes directly. And as previously stated, I have talked to many people who told me that Chris Bledsoe was convinced that Christopher Gray was convinced that the Bledsoes were somehow out to get him, and that he believed that he was in communication with the mysterious lady that Chris Bledsoe has talked about for a long time now. Now, we're almost finished with our presentation. It's important to note that I did reach out to some of the names on that list that this message was sent to ask them why they felt they were sent this message or what they knew about Christopher Gray. And at the time of this broadcast, not one person has returned my emails or requests for comment. I am releasing this list on my Twitter. You can follow me at Stephen Cambion on Twitter. Maybe some of you or other researchers can succeed in getting some comment out of these people where I alone have failed, despite really trying my very best. Next, on the day of the murder, right after Christopher Gray stabbed his father over 110 times, what many don't know is that he live streamed a video on Twitter, and the video is incredibly disturbing. The video shows him standing over his bleeding, gasping, dying father. For obvious reasons, though I am in possession of the video, I cannot play that video here, nor would I. I considered playing just the audio of that video, but even that is incredibly disturbing. And to be very honest with all of you, I wish I have never seen this video or even heard it. The audio even is incredibly disturbing because you can hear his father desperately gasping for air and slowly dying as he bled to death on the floor. And you can see that clearly in the video. For the purposes of this broadcast, I created a recreation of the audio portion of that video. Here, for the first time made public, is a recreation of that video, and we can hear what Christopher said as he stood over his dying father that he had just stabbed over 110 times. This, of course, is a recreation, but it was made directly from a transcript that I transcribed from the original video.
You all right? What has happened to you? You hurt yourself? You don't try and kill God. You don't try and kill Jesus. You and your Rothschilds and your Queenie bitch can't. You're all dead. You're all going to confess. You're all going to get fucking banished. Justice across the universe, Lady Justice, is going to come and see you very soon. You're all going to come to Falkirk and you're going to confess. Those Sinclair cunts are going to learn not to fuck with time travelers. You all right? What has happened to you? Did you hurt yourself? You don't try and kill God.
Most disturbingly, the video of Christopher Gray after having stabbed his father over 110 times, this video with this audio, not this audio, with the original audio saying these things as he stood over his gasping, bleeding, dying father was sent to a huge list of UFO celebrities. He both DM'd it to those people that had given him, I suppose, access to their DMs or had open DMs. And he posted the video on Twitter and added a huge list of UFO celebrities, including most or many of the people on the list that we have shared tonight. And again, we have reached out for comment to many of those people and have received no replies whatsoever. Now, there's just a few portions of the story that remain. Right after Christopher Gray stabbed his father, he live streamed a video on Twitter. And again, we have played a recreation of the audio transcribed from the original video. After live streaming him standing over his dying father, he sent this disturbing video of him and his dying father to I believe, over 100 people on Twitter by both adding people and Twitter DM. And again, I reached out for comment to many of those people who were sent this very disturbing video of Christopher Gray and his dying father. But at the time of this broadcast, not one person has returned my request for comment on this. So after the murder, I found substantial evidence that Jonathan Davies and others close to the Bledsoe group, apparently, they have actively encouraged people on UFO Twitter not to comment on this story or to talk about this at all. And we do have supporting evidence for that in the form of Twitter screenshots. People close to Bledsoe and his group were telling people, don't talk about the videos or messages that Christopher Gray sent. In fact, don't talk about the murder or Christopher Gray at all, especially not publicly. And why not? Because apparently, according to those people, talking about this would be bad for disclosure, many said. So, including the person who first brought me this story, many have said that there is a cover-up of this event and the fact that all of these people from the world of UFOs were, some would say, directly involved. Others would say, involved at the end of the story. And is it true that none of the UFO celebrities who were sent this disturbing phone call or video of Christopher Gray standing over his bleeding, gasping, dying father has publicly talked about or commented about this event? Yes, that is true. I have been unable to find anybody on this list that was sent this disturbing call on the day of the murder or this disturbing video of a dying man. None of them have talked about this publicly. None of them have commented on it. And people are free to make up their own minds as to why none of these people talked about this or commented about it. People are free to make up their own minds about people publicly telling people or privately telling people not to talk about this. And people are free to make up their own minds about why this happened. But to me, I have made up my own mind, and their silence on this whole story, essentially, especially about being essentially sent a video of a dying man, to me, their silence on this story speaks volumes. After all, it's a pretty traumatic event to be sent a video of a man standing over a dying man. Why not talk about it? Why not comment on it? Comment on it at least. If people knew the whole story here, many said that it would be bad for disclosure. But I believe that many of these UFO celebrities believe that talking about this or even acknowledging that this happened would be bad for business. And finally, tonight, there is an issue concerning a controversial figure named Moran Learner. I guess it would be safe to say that one of the first people to bring me this story was one Moran Learner. For those unaware, there was a blog post some time ago about his, let's just say, use of many different Twitter accounts some time ago. And on those Twitter accounts, this person, Moran Learner, was telling multiple stories to multiple people. Essentially, many believe LARPing or pretending to be multiple people at once. Concerning this, his story, he brought me the initial story, which, yes, I wanted to research, but he brought me his own story. And he tells a fantastical story about working for a secret, shadowy, quasi-government and private intelligence organization. And he claims that that organization sent him and over 100 other intelligence operatives to infiltrate UFO Twitter and save people from these dangerous UFO cults. I have been, so far, unable to corroborate any parts of his story. And because I was unable to corroborate his stories, which, to be honest, make him into some kind of hero here and also conveniently make his critics into the villains of the story, I did not include his story or stories tonight. But as I told him privately, and I will tell everyone publicly, he is free to put out his stories himself. But here and tonight, I only put out factual information that I could substantiate, verify, and obtain multiple sources for. Now, as of recently, I hear some very troubling things about him, including how he is sending people an early version of the video we started tonight's broadcast with. However, that is extremely problematic because the video he is sending people includes complete factual inaccuracies in it. He is sharing an early version of that video that contains facts not supported by my subsequent investigation. And because that video, the first version of the video we started tonight's broadcast with, contained inaccurate information that he himself gave me, I took that video down and I reworked it to reflect only the facts and evidence that I am personally able to confirm as true and as accurate as possible. Further, I hear that he is now telling people that I now am going to be part of some grand conspiracy or cover-up about this story, which I categorically deny, and that is not true at all. In fact, I have spent more time on this story than any story that I have ever broadcast here because I wanted to get it right. And tonight, my friends, I present it to you, not only the core story that the regular media brought you, but the deeper, darker story. And I have spent months of my life investigating this story. Tonight, I presented you with facts and evidence that I can confirm, verify, and corroborate with multiple sources and diligent research efforts. I did not include in tonight's broadcast his stories, Moran Learner's stories, because I feel they are just that, unprovable, unverifiable stories. And in truth, I do feel that Moran may be using a schizophrenic's tragedy to do damage control for his own recently very damaged reputation and to raise his own profile, perhaps to create or control some narrative that, again, conveniently paints him as the hero of this story somehow, without any evidence other than his own word. He is also apparently attacking anyone who disagrees with him or his version of events as being someone covering up this murder. And to be clear, I just respectfully disagree with him. I spent a great deal of time interviewing him and hearing him out. Some would say I wasted a great deal of time hearing him out and hearing his versions of the story, which again, I can't verify. The only data point we have is him telling these stories. And I thought that insufficient for inclusion here. So after thorough investigation into this entire story and a great deal of time and effort, I am still unable to substantiate, corroborate, or verify his stories surrounding these events. So I chose not to include them here. If people are interested, I hear he's sending around some 20-page document that he wrote, again, stating that he's some kind of operative from a secret intelligence organization, and he was sent into UFO Twitter to get close to people on UFO Twitter and to somehow save those affected by these dangerous UFO cults. It's a great story, but despite all my efforts to do so, it remains just a story from a man who apparently has told many stories in the past that were not true. So if you're interested in his story, you can find that and you can make up your own mind. But as for myself, I have included only information and facts about this story, which I can verify through multiple sources and references. And with that tonight, friends, we will conclude our presentation. So, friends, that's all I got for you. And I want to thank each of the kind people who generously helped me to learn as much as I could about this situation and this story. Very, very kind people, and thanks to Jonathan Young, who did the on-camera interview. Very brave of him, considering, as I hear it, at least, people are being threatened not to talk about this at all. And that is wrong. And so I applaud him for his courage and for helping us to establish some of the facts that we established in this story tonight. And I thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to thank our kind and generous benefactors, our super chatters, super stickers, PayPal pledgers, Cash Appers, all of you kind and generous people, you Patreon people, you channel members. You really do help us keep the show going. And I am blown away by your generosity and support. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Ollie, raise your fist. Two truths.
This is the story about dangerous UFO cults and murder. This is the story of what happens when someone gets stuck or trapped too deep down the rabbit hole of UFOs and aliens on the internet. There is substantial and supportive evidence that can show that some people get caught or stuck too deep in that rabbit hole. To some, UFOs and aliens on the internet becomes an obsession. An obsession so deep that some are willing to do anything to keep climbing down that ladder. Some people believe that by climbing further and further down that rabbit hole ladder and getting closer to the gatekeepers, those who hold the secrets, that they will be given some secret knowledge that others just don't have. I've often wondered about some of the people I've seen or met on UFO Twitter. Many of those people spend 8, 12, or even more hours a day feeding their obsession. And their obsession only grows with each new promise of revelations soon to come. But all those revelations that these so-called messiahs of disclosure are out there promising everyone never seem to come. But they've sure got something new to sell you every so often, don't they? And isn't it funny how they never seem to deliver on the promise of that disclosure soon to come? And what about the people that are selling this delusional fantasy world to people with little or no evidence at times? Do they bear any responsibility for the negative impacts that the obsession with this delusional fantasy world can have on people's real lives? I have witnessed the damage that this unhealthy obsession can do to many people who get stuck too far down this rabbit hole. It can lead to lost jobs, lost marriages, people who have lost their children, people who have destroyed their lives, even killed themselves. And what about the people who stood there taking the money of these people, selling them this delusional fantasy world where disclosure is going to come any day now, where the government has alien bodies and flying saucers, and soon will reveal the truth about it? What responsibility do those people have? When people's lives are destroyed, when marriages are destroyed, when people take their own lives, or when people get so far down this rabbit hole that they lose all sense of reality, that they finally snap and murder those closest to them, and murder those closest to them, and murder those closest to them, and murder those closest to them.
These are the true stories of murder in UFO land. Sadly, it happens more often than most people would ever imagine. Even sadder, almost none of the people selling the UFO narrative to the public dare mention this or even acknowledge it. The further and further we go down this rabbit hole, the curiouser and curiouser it will get. This is murder in UFO land.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are here tonight to continue our Murder in UFO Land series. If you haven't already, please check our main channel. We have the first in the series pinned at the very top of our channel. It is the Christopher Gray story. Now, unlike Christopher Gray's story, tonight's story is a little bit different, but still has a connection firmly rooted in UFO land. And while the alien reptilian Illuminati conspiracy is not so much a UFO cult, but rather a belief system, it contributed directly and was even mentioned in publicly available court records and documents concerning this double murder case. This case is even more disturbing when we realize that the victims were two children. And being a father myself, this case affected me deeply on an emotional level. And I wondered, how deep down the rabbit hole do you have to be to suddenly kill your two children, your only children? Disturbing as this case is, it is a perfect example of the dangers that conspiracy theories present, especially to those who may not be altogether mentally stable to begin with. So what happened here? Well, what I can tell you from publicly available news reports and court documents is that on a hot and humid Wednesday morning in August of 2021, Matthew Coleman, a surf instructor, loaded his two children, a 10-month-old daughter and his 2-year-old son, into his vehicle and headed to Mexico. While there, he killed both of them with a spear gun and disposed of their bodies there in Mexico. But why? According to publicly available records, including court documents, Matthew Coleman believed that both his wife and his children had serpent or reptilian alien DNA, and he killed the children to prevent them from becoming monsters and terrorizing the human race. As I mentioned, the reptilian alien Illuminati conspiracy is not so much a UFO cult, but rather a belief system. But this belief system and parts of it are repeated by many people in the UFO community, including Kerry Cassidy, David Wilcock, most notably, and others. David Wilcock, for example, claims that there are meat wagons and human beings are being eaten by evil reptilian aliens. We have to take a moment to talk about these stories and the proof or lack of proof. I believe that there is a substantial lack of proof of these things. And if we investigate further the people who are pushing these dangerous conspiracy theories, people like David Wilcock and Kerry Cassidy, if we investigate the sources that they accept and use as truthful sources, the entire stories begin to unravel very quickly. David Wilcock, for example, famously used a man named Pete Peterson, who faked his entire biography, giving himself awards from the Russian government, claiming that he worked for the Russian Space Agency, claiming that he worked for Ronald Reagan, and more. But when we do a deep dive into David Wilcock's source, Pete Peterson, who, by the way, was also the source of some of these reptilian alien stories, we find that Pete Peterson lied about his entire biography, was not who he claimed to be. But David Wilcock accepted his stories anyway, even writing whole books about his stories, milking him for fake stories about aliens to sell to gullible people for years. Kerry Cassidy, if we look into her sources, we find that she has in the past used a convicted child molester, a court-martialed child molester, as a source for her fake alien stories, many of them involving reptilian aliens. Kerry Cassidy has also used a convicted murderer who's somehow supposed to be in the secret space program while serving a life sentence in prison. I'm not quite sure how he's going off on space adventures and saving Earth while he's locked up in a prison cell, but this is the sort of idiocy that we get to once you peel back a few layers of deception here and truly investigate where are these stories come from. Well, largely, I have found that many of these stories are coming from convicted criminals who the UFO celebrities like David Wilcock or Kerry Cassidy, and certainly David Icke, who is the subject of tonight's story, get their information from. They are so willing to accept information from, let's just say, problematic, less than credible sources, that it becomes obvious to anyone, any outsider looking in, that these stories are incredibly problematic. Now, the reptilian, alien, and Illuminati conspiracy is sort of a mishmash or combination of many different conspiracies. So I thought it important, since this man, Matthew Coleman, who murdered his 2 children, I should say allegedly murdered his 2 children, he has yet to be convicted of these crimes. However, he is in a prison cell where he belongs. He's had his, the indictments filed and awaiting trial. But I suppose, and by the way, he pled not guilty to murdering his 2 children, whose bodies were found shortly after he was by Mexican authorities. So the first thing that we have to do is examine this belief system, which is a very problematic belief system. And I cannot tell you how many people have asked me to comment on this or research this belief system. And here's what I can tell you. If you dig deeply enough into any subject, there are some things that are factual. For example, there's many strange connections with world leaders and their families. Look up the United States presidents and how many of them, even though distantly, were somehow related. So it's easy to see how a conspiracy theory can take root, take shape, take hold, and become accepted truth by people who want to believe. In looking into the Illuminati and reptilian, alien, and the bloodlines sort of conspiracy, what I have found is that there are some factual things, like the fact that many United States presidents were somehow related, although somewhat distantly in cases. There's still some strange connections. Further strange connections can be found between the English royal family and the presidents of the United States. Look that up. But these conspiracy theorists do what I have previously called the David Wilcock super duper prover maneuver, where they give you a piece of actual factual evidence or factual fact, a proven fact, and then they heap on top of it unproven theories or connecting dots that aren't really there, or just stories. But first they throw out some actual verifiable facts. And I believe that to these shysters who sell this garbage, fake information, they believe that throwing out some real facts before they pile on their garbage, fake information somehow legitimizes all of what they say. It doesn't. Now we're going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work, and we are going to share with you a great video that I found by a YouTube channel called Unveiled. And in the description of this video, you can go there and see more from this channel. I was going to make my own video concerning this reptilian, alien, Illuminati conspiracy, but sometimes it's best not to reinvent the wheel. This is excellent. And we'll be commenting and using this. Oh, let me do it again. We'll be commenting and using this under fair use, discussing this and using this to educate the public about this conspiracy theory. So let's get into it.
Conspiracy theories are everywhere in the modern era. Constantly debated across the media, it seems that everyone has at least one they believe in, even if they may not admit it. But are there some that, for all their apparent ridiculousness, have deadly implications? This is Unveiled, and today we're answering the extraordinary question: is this the most dangerous conspiracy theory of all? Do you need the big questions answered? Are you constantly curious? Then why not subscribe to Unveiled for more clips like this one and ring the bell for more thought-provoking content? Increasingly common in the Western world is the strange belief that a race of reptilian humanoids, lizard people, or reptoids has somehow infiltrated the upper echelons of Earth's society.
Yes, so the basic storyline goes that all of the biggest sort of world leaders are all somehow a part of this great and grand conspiracy, and they are indeed they usually say either shape-shifting aliens so they can shape-shift to the form of humans, or that they wear skin suits. And we'll get into a little more about where I believe the skin suit idea came from. But it's interesting that some people say that they are shape-shifting, and others say that no, they're wearing skin suits to pretend to be human.
These lizards are disguised as humans, as powerful figures like the Bush family, the British royals, Obama, and so on. But they're wearing skin suits or shape-shifting to keep their true reptilian nature hidden. They work in opposition to the best interests of humanity, a clandestine operation to seize and maintain power, enrich themselves, control us all, and even drink our blood. It's all too easy to point and laugh at the people who believe this theory, but their ranks may be growing. In 2016, polling found that 12 million Americans believe the reptilian humanoid theory. That's 4% of the total population. Many more believe that, contrary to the world of conflict and competition we see with our own eyes around us, some shadowy organization, the Illuminati, for instance, is behind world events.
Yes, and it's interesting in that this particular conspiracy theory draws on many already established conspiracy theories. And we have detailed here in the past that many people who want to sell you something in conspiracy land or UFO land, they all, in my experience and observation, they all do this. And that is that they take an accepted conspiracy theory, for example, Roswell. Many people believe that an alien spacecraft crashed at Roswell. And regardless of what you believe, what people do is they use an already accepted mythology or story like Roswell, and then they build upon that mythos, adding to it. For example, the Roswell rock. Suddenly somebody finds a rock that reportedly comes from the Roswell wreckage somehow. They're using the Roswell mythos and then tacking their stories onto the Roswell mythos, I believe, because they are aware that many people already believe that an alien spacecraft landed at Roswell. And they use that existing or pre-existing belief by many people to sell their stories or what they have to sell you. I have seen this many times, most notably with Roswell. The best example that I can give is Roswell, because there have been many stories that were built upon the legend of Roswell. For example, alien autopsy, that was built directly on top of the Roswell. It was reported to be an autopsy from aliens that crash landed at Roswell in 1947. Alien interview, there's another one. Somebody snuck some tapes of an alien being interviewed out of Area 51, and he was from the Roswell wreckage, and he survived all this time somehow. The Roswell rock, the Roswell slides, that was a complete and total fraud and a hoax by Jaime Maussan, well-known collaborator with Third Phase of Fake, Third Phase of Moon. People do this. So I don't think that it is an accident that David Icke and others interwove other conspiracy theories in with this idea that there are reptilian aliens controlling the world. So in this case, they interwove the Illuminati conspiracies. And in some cases, depending on what conspiracy websites you read about this particular reptilian alien conspiracy theory, they mix in the Freemasons as well in some places.
Silly as it all might sound, conspiracy theories are far from harmless. The reptilian conspiracy theory echoes 19th and 20th century conspiracies that Jewish people secretly control the world's banks and media. This is often called the International Jewish Conspiracy and has existed for a long time, popularized by a fabricated text published in 1903 called The Protocols of the Elders of Zion. It was exposed as fraudulent in the 1920s, but the Nazis made constant reference to this conspiracy in their propaganda.
And it's also important to note that some people believe that David Icke and others are just using reptilian aliens as sort of code word for Jewish people, somehow implying that Jewish people are in control of the world. Another well-known conspiracy theory. Take from that what you will. But it's interesting that we have interwoven an anti-Semitic element is certainly involved in a lot of what David Icke talks about and preaches.
And used it as a way to justify the Holocaust, with Nazi high command alleging that they were acting in self-defense against Jews to protect German society. Nazi Germany certainly didn't invent anti-Semitism, however. Jews have been persecuted for thousands of years, so much so that many Jewish holidays revolve around surviving in the face of crimes against them. You can already see the link between these older and more obvious theories and the modern-day lizard example, but it's still a complex journey to go from outright anti-Semitism to a theory about reptiles in disguise. Even the most absurd part of the reptilian humanoid conspiracy, the blood drinking, has its origins in anti-Jewish history, just like the
Yes, there was once stories that Jews would sort of roam the countryside and grab Gentile children and drink their blood. So a lot of this conspiracy theory is rooted in anti-Semitism.
Reptilian people, Jews were accused countless times over many centuries of sacrificing and drinking the blood of Christian children, which Jews began to call the blood libel. These were often children who had gone missing and whose disappearance it was easier to blame on convenient scapegoats. When children went missing in some parts of England in the 12th century, Jewish communities, already marginalized and distrusted, were the first to receive the blame. The blood libel eventually spread across continental Europe too, embedding anti-Semitism in European society, leading to executions, the establishment of ghettos, and even pogroms. And we can't stress enough that there's absolutely no evidence that any Jewish communities ever committed acts of this nature. As the name suggests, the blood libel is just that, libel, concocted to slander Jews and justify mob violence against them. And yet that lie still persists, even in the 21st century. But why alien reptiles of all things?
I believe that a lot of this reptilian alien conspiracy stuff started, I would say, around 1985, but really started in 1988 or so. And we'll see why I believe I may have located the source of some of this reptilian alien conspiracy stories.
Well, the idea of intelligent reptiles has been common in science fiction for the last century, appearing from time to time in the pulps, and even sometimes in the context of a shadowy conspiracy. But the man responsible for the theory today is former footballer and sports broadcaster David Icke, a well-known conspiracy theorist. As well as more or less inventing the lizard theory, Icke also believes that there's a link between 5G and COVID-19, that the moon is an alien spaceship that manipulates us, that the Illuminati are to blame for global warming, and so on.
Yeah, Icke's stuff gets really thick, right? And it's interesting that there was a Netflix documentary about David Icke. And I want to tell you, if you get a chance, you should watch that because that documentary sort of painted David Icke as a very grounded person. And it talks about many things that are very, very easy to believe, but it leaves out all of his most wild, crazy, weird conspiracies. And it almost paints a picture of him as a hero. And I think that was intentional, sort of a retconning of David Icke to a more mainstream audience. But when you really dig into David Icke, and I have a bunch of his books, it's just absolutely ridiculous, wild theories with I would say scant or no evidence behind them. And it is interesting. I believe that there is a hierarchy to the conspiracy land grifters like David Wilcock. He's a big fan of David Icke, I believe, and bases a lot of what he does on things that David Icke was successful saying or doing. Interesting that there's sort of a pecking order between the conspiracy land grifters. And certainly people copy from more successful grifters. We see that in the case of Corey Goode. We've seen that in the case of David Icke for certain.
He's been so consistently discredited that as early as the 1990s, legitimate publishers refused to publish his work. As far as the reptiles are concerned, Icke claims that these reptilian humanoids come from the Alpha Draconis star system, more commonly for all their apparent ridiculousness.
Hold on a second here. I missed my place. I apologize. I wanted to stop it. Yeah, interesting that the reptilian aliens that happen to be reptiles just so happen to come from Draconis star system. I think that's a little bit too convenient.
Reptilian humanoids come from the Alpha Draconis star system, more commonly known as Thuban. This is a real star system roughly 300 light years away from us, but it's been latched onto by Icke because it has a convenient name. In reality, there's no current evidence that it hosts intelligent life. We haven't even found any exoplanets there. More worryingly, Icke cites the protocols of the Elders of Zion as a main source for his beliefs.
Remember, he's citing a source of a book that has been discredited as fake. And we see this very often with conspiracy land characters. They're just unwilling to accept. I have talked to people or seen evidence that people cite things like other people's books. Oh, well, this came from Colonel Corso's book, so it's true. No, not really. Or people will cite things like, a great example that I could give is the Wilson Davis documents or notes. Well, they cite this NRO document from Dr. Stephen Greer as proof, but those are completely fake documents as proven by John from the Black Vault, who did an excellent debunk showing that document was 100% false. So this book is a fictitious, construct of garbage, and Icke is using it to prove his reptilian alien theories are true.
He claims that, contrary to what the text states, it's really about reptiles, not Jewish people. Again, the protocols of the Elders of Zion is forged, something that's been known for a century. It was produced in Russia in the early 1900s, forming the bedrock that the international Jewish conspiracy is based on. However, it was quickly shown to be fraudulent, plagiarizing a French political satire,
I agree,
among other sources. So
fan.
why was it disguised and republished in 1903, and for what purpose? Well, much like the blood libel, to find a scapegoat for real systemic issues. First, it was the disappearance of children, but this time, it was for the failings of the Russian Empire, which had generated growing unrest. The idea of scapegoating Jews didn't work. In 1914, war broke out in Europe. Military losses led to mutinies, and the situation ultimately exploded with the Russian Revolution in 1917. In 1918, less than a year after the Bolsheviks seized power, Tsar Nicholas II and his entire family were executed, even though only 10% of the Bolsheviks were Jewish. The protocols were used to blame Jews for the revolution. This is a legacy that Jews still have to grapple with today, with protocols described by the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum as, quote, the most notorious and widely distributed anti-Semitic publication of modern times, end quote.
And I wondered, what must it feel like to, be Jewish and know that this book has done such incredible damage? And I, for one, I don't believe in book burning or book banning, but in this case, it's something to consider, considering how many people have been murdered over a fictitious, falsified book.
Centuries, anti-Semitism had become so rife in Europe and the U.S. that in 1942, a ship full of Jewish refugees trying to flee Nazi occupation was turned away by the US government because of unsubstantiated paranoia that they might be German spies. Not all the people that reptilian conspiracy theorists accuse of being lizards are Jewish, but some of them are. George Soros, for example. And the cultural anxiety around people potentially being something other than they claim has reached a fever pitch in the past. The Spanish Inquisition was founded to persecute heretics among Jews and Muslims who had converted to Catholicism but secretly continued to practice their original faith. Many had converted to avoid violence and expulsion. The Inquisition tortured, expelled, and executed them in their thousands. Shockingly, in 2019, a far-right extremist was even charged with murdering his own brother after becoming convinced he was a lizard person.
And by the way, that will be the subject of a future episode in our series here, Murder in UFO Land. More than any other single conspiracy theory, I have found this to be the most dangerous. That's why this YouTube content creator asking this question, is this the most dangerous conspiracy theory of all, is very valid, considering I can cite at least 4 people, 4 human beings have been murdered over this conspiracy theory, maybe 5 if you were to count Christopher Gray, though I don't think that this particular theory contributed in that case. It could have been one of the causal factors.
The man was also a believer in QAnon and proclaimed himself a member of the Proud Boys. What looks innocent at first can quickly prove to be nothing of the sort. Social media is rife with jokes and memes about the conspiracy theory, but it can be dangerous for people who are vulnerable. Critics of the reptilian conspiracy theory label it a dog whistle, coded language that might seem innocuous at first glance, but communicates very specific ideas to people within the intended audience. For example, modern neo-Nazi groups, which still exist and are active around the Western world, use dog whistles to create plausible deniability around their beliefs, so that ordinary people don't cotton on to their true beliefs. The idea that lizard people walk among us can seem ridiculous, but the theory, believed by millions of Americans, harkens back to extremely dangerous propaganda linked to the persecution of the Jewish people. Hitler used the protocols that David Icke relies on to kill 6 million Jews in the biggest crime ever perpetrated against humanity. And that's why reptilian humanoids is the most dangerous conspiracy theory of all.
I would argue that this conspiracy theory is the most dangerous of all for many different reasons. First of all, the link and ties to anti-Semitism, to Nazism, to neo-Nazism, to white supremacy. That's very troubling. But also, or equally troubling, is the number of people who have become so convinced of this particular conspiracy theory that they literally murdered people closest to them. And that, of course, is the subject of tonight's broadcast. So, Matthew Coleman, what can I tell you about this man? I did some background research and digging into him, even watching a bunch of sort of home movies that he and his wife have posted on social media. And it's chillingly disturbing to watch that because they appear happy, they appear normal. Outwardly, there appears to be no sign that this tragedy was coming. A very normal family. I watched them have a birthday party for, I believe it was their son turning 2 years old. And that was shortly before the murder. But privately, a friend of Matthew Coleman, who I used as a source for tonight's broadcast on condition of anonymity, said that Matthew Coleman had become increasingly withdrawn from everyone, from friends, from family, from social functions, instead choosing to spend most of his time on the internet reading different forums centered around conspiracy theories, and specifically, he was obsessed with reptilian aliens, with everyone who talks about reptilian aliens, including Kerry Cassidy and David Wilcock. But most of his obsession with this conspiracy theory seems to have been centered around David Icke specifically. And he later mentions David Icke and the conspiracy theories he sort of received from David Icke as a direct causal factor in these murders. I thought it would be important to look at some of the news reports, and I certainly have done that. So again, we're going to cite fair use. I'll put my fair use banner back up. This is transformative work, and we're educating the public about Matthew Coleman and the murder of his 2 children involving conspiracy theories pushed by David Icke and many others in UFO land. The news broadcasts are chilling in and of themselves. Speaking as a father, you know, I just I cannot wrap my own brain here around becoming so convinced in this thing that you would load your children into a vehicle, take them on a trip, and then murder them brutally with a spear gun of all things. Now, any death of a child is tragic, but the violent murder of your own children because you were reading too much conspiracy theories. And I wondered about this man's state of mind, but I was told by his friend that he, by all appearances, seemed normal, but somewhat quiet and withdrawn. He did appear to be preoccupied, like he had things on his mind in the months leading up to the murder, and quiet at social gatherings and events, withdrawn. But there were no real warning signs to this impending tragedy that would end in the death of 2 children. But let's take a look at the news reports. And then I wanted to spend some time on this man's mental state and how that may have contributed to this.
Investigators say 40-year-old Matthew Taylor Coleman drove from his home in Santa Barbara with his 2 young kids on a mission to kill them so that they, in his words, would not grow up to be monsters.
News 8's Kirsten Holmes joins us live with what we've learned about the case today. Kirsten?
Hey, I'm here at the San Diego FBI office where in my hand I'm holding the criminal complaint against Matthew Taylor Coleman. This details the gruesome murder of his 2 young children because he says he wanted to save the world after he was enlightened by QAnon and Illuminati conspiracy theories that he found on the internet. The complaint says that on Saturday, August 7th, Matthew Taylor Coleman took his 10-month-old and 2-year-old from his home in Santa Barbara, California, to Rosarito, Baja, California. The criminal complaint says his wife called police concerned for his safety when he left with their children because he wasn't answering her or other family members who were reaching out to him. But she says she did not believe that she, or their children were in danger. While in Rosarito, the complaint says Coleman murdered his children using a spearfishing gun into their chests. Coleman said he believed his children were going to grow into monsters and that he had to kill them after he was enlightened by QAnon and Illuminati conspiracy theories. He says he was also having visions and signs that his wife had serpent DNA and passed that DNA on to his children. The court filing says Coleman believed he was saving the world from monsters. Coleman told investigators that since he didn't have a car seat, he placed his youngest child in a box for the ride to Mexico, and after he had killed them, he discarded the spearfishing gun and bloody clothes near a creek. After investigators used the Find My iPhone app to track him down, he was arrested on Monday, August 9th, around 1 in the afternoon at the San Ysidro port of entry. Border officials noticed he was returning to the country alone without his small children, and they noted blood on his Mercedes Sprinter registration paperwork. The bodies of the 2 toddlers had been found hours earlier that day around 8 a.m. Okay, so I read through this entire criminal complaint a couple of times, and I got to tell you, it is pretty horrific. And this comes just weeks after the children's father, Matthew Coleman, made an Instagram post about how much he loves his family, including those 2 small children that he has confessed to killing. We have this full complaint up on our website if you want to read it at cbs8.com, but I got to warn you, it may not be suitable for all audiences. Back to you.
Now, Kirsten, what is next in this case?
Okay, so Coleman was in court today, and he will be arraigned on August 31st. He is being held without bail, but August 31st is his arraignment.
All right, Kirsten, we'll keep track of that and see what happens during the court process. Kirsten Holmes reporting live for us tonight. Kirsten, thank you.
Matthew Taylor Coleman was an American citizen, and so were his 2 young children. And because the crime happened in Mexico, attorneys we talked with say U.S. FBI agents will be working with Mexican authorities to piece together their case and find justice, while each side goes through their own individual legal proceedings.
The U.S. can still charge you if you're a U.S. citizen. You committed crimes against another U.S. citizen in another country, regardless of what happens in the trial down there.
Attorney Mark Reichel says this is only the beginning of what could be a long legal proceeding because of the international implications.
And there we have it. So this man was arraigned and indicted, and he is currently awaiting trial for this heinous act of 2 children, the murder of his own 2 children. Further, I wanted to do some research into this man's mental state. Remember as well that this man has pled not guilty in the murder of his children, but there are no details of what defense he plans to use because there is a great deal of forensic and circumstantial evidence linking him directly to the murders. So I am assuming that he will try to plead insanity or temporary insanity as defense. But it would appear that he was very lucid or in control and aware of his actions, and even aware enough that his actions were a crime enough to try to conceal the crime. And that is often used as evidence to convict someone or stop someone from using an insanity defense. If you're insane, you're not covering up the bloody clothes or getting rid of the spearhead of the spear gun you used to kill your 2 children. But let's hear a little bit more about his apparent mental state and again, citing fair use.
The tragedy is putting mental health and the danger of conspiracy theories in the spotlight. News Channel 3's Tracy Lair joins us now live. And Tracy, you reached out to the county's behavioral wellness team and a professor who teaches the psychology of conspiracy at UCSB.
That's right, Beth. The whole community is saddened by this, and Susan Grimacy with the Department of Behavioral Health says it's going to take time to just understand it. Federal authorities say they spoke to the Santa Barbara father and surf instructor who's accused of killing his 2 young children. They say he told them that he believed in QAnon and Illuminati conspiracy theories. They say he told them that his wife had serpent DNA and passed it on to their children.
Our natural inclination is to get information to help us to better understand a hard to understand tragedy with the thoughts that will make us feel better with the understanding. The reality is that this may have a lot of questions that can't be answered, and we have to learn to be okay with that.
Grimacy says if you see someone struggling with mental health, or you should reach out. There is a 24-hour access line. You can access it on your laptop or your phone. It's linked to the county website. And we will hear more from Susan Grimacy and also a professor studying those kind of conspiracy theories tonight at 11. And we'll have more with Grimacy at 6 o'clock. Reporting live in Santa Barbara, I'm News Channel reporter Tracy Lair.
All right, thank you for that, Tracy.
Oh, sorry. So I have a few more things to share. One moment. So apparently, when he was captured, the police entered the room that he had at the time, and that paints a very disturbing picture of his mental state. And this is an article, again, we're citing fair use, from People magazine. Matthew Coleman left behind a shrine to his children in a hotel before he allegedly killed them. On the afternoon of August 7, 2021, Matthew Taylor Coleman was packing for a family trip with his wife, Abby. Suddenly, authorities say he put his 2 kids, Kaleo, 2, and Roxy, 10 months, into his van and drove away from their Santa Barbara, California home. Crossing the border into Mexico, Coleman ended up in the City Express Hotel in the coastal city of Rosarito. While at the hotel, Coleman and his kids kept a low profile, staying in their room, although one guest recalled seeing the family in the lobby. They didn't interact with anyone. Coleman stayed in the hotel for 2 days before authorities allege he took Kaleo and Roxy to a nearby ranch and killed them with a spear fishing gun. Authorities say that Coleman left the children's bodies in a remote part of the ranch, but a farmer stumbled across them just hours after they were killed, before Coleman was able to cross the border into the U.S. Authorities on both sides of the border were looking for him. A manager helped authorities enter Coleman's room at the City Express Hotel. It had not yet been cleaned by housekeeping, and it is believed that Coleman was the last person inside the room. According to 2 sources, one in law enforcement and one in the hotel, Coleman's room was cleaned out of all personal effects except for 3 things. 2 stuffed animals sat on a table with a family portrait propped against it. Next to it, a Gideon Bible open to Psalm 127. And by the way, this is a Bible verse I'm very familiar with, which says in part, quote, "Children are a gift from the Lord. They are a reward from him. Children born to a young man are like arrows in a warrior's hands." The page was folded so that it was the first verse you could see, says a law enforcement force. It may all mean nothing, but it felt like a shrine. It felt significant. According to an FBI criminal complaint obtained by People last year, Coleman allegedly told police he was motivated by QAnon conspiracy theory, which falsely claims former U.S. President Donald Trump was secretly been battling a cabal of Satan-worshiping pedophiles at the highest levels of political power and influence. In a subsequent 30-page search warrant application released earlier this year, Coleman alleged conspiracy thinking are detailed even more. The affidavit alleges that Coleman was fascinated by conspiracy theories like QAnon and Illuminati and was interested also in Strong's numbers, an index of every word in the Bible. Coleman allegedly told agents while he was in Mexico he had laid in bed seeing all the pieces being decoded like the Matrix and that he was Neo. He said visions and signs revealed that his wife, Abby Coleman, possessed serpent DNA. Matthew Coleman mentioned that he was not sure if his wife was a shapeshifter and had passed it to his children, and that all things were pointing to the idea that his children have corrupted DNA and it will spread if something is not done about it, reads the affidavit. The affidavit states that Abby Coleman told authorities that she had also researched QAnon with her husband, but she said he became significantly more paranoid that people around him were involved in a conspiracy. Coleman has been charged with 2 federal counts of murdering U.S. nationals on foreign soil. His attorney has not returned people's calls for comment. He has pleaded not guilty, and he is being held without bond. Yeah, so very, very interesting. And I also wondered about the mindset of what makes people believe so strongly in something like this conspiracy theory that they would murder those closest to them. And, you know, I have my own beliefs about that, but it's interesting. I found someone, her name is Pat Brown. She's a criminal profiler that has worked on some very famous cases that you may recall, like the John Benet Ramsey case and others. And she had some interesting insight into people who get into these strange conspiracy theories and exactly why. And a lot of her points sort of echoed my own beliefs. Again, I have put her information in the description of this video. I encourage you to check out her channel if you enjoy true crime or criminal profiling. She's been covering the Idaho murders and many cold case murders as well. I think you would enjoy her channel. And I personally have been really impressed with some of her thoughts on different crimes and the motivation behind the crimes, the psychology of the criminal mind. She's an excellent resource and did a story herself about this. And so this is taken from her video. I think you should check her out. She has some interesting insight into the criminal mind, being a criminal profiler.
It doesn't appear he was in a psychotic state. It appears he knew what he was doing. He took the children, told his wife, he kind of took off with them, and she was upset because he said he was going to take them camping. Now, I'm sorry, but right there, the wife has to know they're not going camping. You don't take kids this age, not that child, camping. And he didn't take a car seat. He put the child in a box. So, I mean, they're kind of like clues. And then she was upset about that. So off he went and eventually went to Mexico and killed them. Sent some emails back and forth, text back and forth, sorry, and saying that he was, getting everything straightened out in his head in the worst way. And then you wonder about her, Abby. What are you doing when he's going into all this stuff? Apparently, according to a friend, she was kind of into this stuff too. And so she was thinking this friend was even part of a conspiracy. So, both of them were feeding on each other and feeding off of each other. And I don't know, maybe he was more extreme than she was, but both of them had a responsibility to take care of those children and not put them in danger. And if Abby knew her husband was going off the deep end, then she had to protect the children, which didn't happen. Maybe she was going off the deep end with him. I don't know. But the point being, they both made these choices. And I do believe that one of the reasons people make these choices is it's a desire to be important, to be special. Because sometimes in the world, people feel like they're just getting lost. So they join organizations, sororities, fraternities, clubs, and religions to be somebody special. Because when you join, they say you're one of us. And then to stay one of them, you got to do all these things, jump through certain hoops, say special words, do special things to stay one of them. And when you do that, you get more praise, you become more special, and that makes you feel good. So a lot of it is either a real lack of self-esteem or a real high level of narcissism where you need a constant feedback of how wonderful and special you are. And being a regular person is not good enough. So you want to believe these things because then if you're on the inside too, if you believe this particular theory about the lizard people or about QAnon, or you believe that whatever you believe, you're one of the ones that knows better than everybody else. You see, you're special. You're so darn smart, and all those other people, they're falling for the evil people. And you're the one who's smart enough not to fall for it. And that makes you so important and so perfect. You're just brilliant. You're brilliant. So I believe that there's a issue with one's own self-esteem or personality, I say possibly narcissism, a level that encourages you to go into that kind of thing. Now, this guy's just a straight up psychopath because he's the Pied Piper, and he knows exactly what he's doing and what he's leading people into as he's making his millions and millions of dollars. He doesn't care about the destruction he's causing. Psychopath. These people don't know. Narcissism, self-esteem problems, don't know. But those two children are dead because of what the two of them apparently were into. And of course, he is ultimately responsible for the death of those children. And now the question is, does he get an insanity plea because he believes his children had lizard DNA? Is that what he gets, an insanity plea? Because he made the choice to start believing in things, to have a certain set of beliefs. He went down that road and he kept going down that road. He made choice after choice after choice after choice till he decided for himself, this is what I believe. Did he have to do that? Do you just give him an insanity plea and let him go sit for a year and say, oh yeah, boy, that was stupid. How did I fall into that? And then he comes back out, the children are dead and he goes on with his life? Or should he go to prison because he killed two innocent children because of his own choices that he decided, that made him feel important, that made him feel special. Maybe the children should have been more important than him. So I personally, I'm sorry, after being barraged with people attacking me constantly all week long about how I'm part of sex trafficking and all this stuff, I'm starting to lose it with crazies. You know what I mean? If you want to be crazy, if you want to say, you want to start believing stuff that has absolutely no substance, then that's on you. That's on you. And again, I'm not against the idea that certain things you can say there's something off about something that's happened with the governmental stuff. Government has been involved in doing some squirrely stuff. That is true. Our FBI has proven it. CIA has proven it. And every government across the world has had many squirrely people in them, who do things. And sometimes they do things in groups, and that's how it becomes a conspiracy. I'm not against all of that, but don't go there if there's no valid proof, absolute support of that. Don't just start saying, well, this happened, and therefore I'm going to connect it to this dot, and then this dot, and this dot. Oh, look what I've got. And if you could believe, if you really believe that lizards are controlling the world, go get help. Really, just go get help before you end up with 2 dead children. There's no excuse. There's absolutely no excuse for going down a road like that.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with criminal profiler Pat Brown. And also, Pat Brown brings up an interesting question. Do the Conspiracyland salespeople like David Icke bear any responsibility for this? Or, as some people I'm sure believe, would this same exact tragedy have happened absent that conspiracy theory? It's hard to know. Obviously, anybody who would kill their own children must not be very mentally stable. I don't know what would drive a parent to do that. And we see many examples of that lately. And I don't recall growing up hearing so many stories of parents killing their own children. And maybe it's just the media saturation is so different now, and the news cycle is so much faster with the advent of the internet. But I don't recall hearing so many stories of parents killing their own children, in decades past that we do now. Now it seems like we hear something about that once a month, every few weeks. And that is a disturbing thing to think about, that parents apparently are much quicker to go murder their own children. Why is that? I think that the internet certainly may be a causal factor in many of these things. So I have some more to share. In a letter from jail, Matthew Taylor Coleman admits delusion in my own mind before child murders. Sitting in a cell in an undisclosed federal prison in California, Matthew Taylor Coleman wrote a 2-page letter to a friend detailing how his thinking has changed in the 10 months since he allegedly killed his 2 children in Mexico with a spear fishing gun. In the letter, handwritten on lined notebook paper, Coleman addressed some of the alleged conspiratorial thinking, including his belief that his wife Abby had reptile DNA that she passed down to the couple's children, Kaleo 2 and Roxy 10 months old. Coleman has been charged with 2 counts of foreign first-degree murder of United States nationals and has pleaded not guilty. He writes, I was deceived, Coleman wrote in the letter, which was viewed by people. I was deceiving myself. I know now that reptile DNA thing was a delusion in my own mind. I made myself believe something that wasn't there. And this goes on to recount the story of him taking the children and murdering them. Authorities allege Coleman believed that the QAnon conspiracy theory, which holds the false belief that former President Donald Trump has secretly been battling a cabal of Satan-worshiping pedophiles at the highest ranks of political power and influence. Yeah, and now Coleman is in jail with no access to conspiracy websites. In his letter, he explains that he's processing through his beliefs. I'm sorting this all through it all now, he wrote. There's a lot to unpack, but I have to figure out what I really believe. But I don't have access to information anymore, so I'm having to use my own mind to figure things out. And isn't it interesting that only after the murder, he suddenly figures out that, he was mistaken. A little too late for those 2 innocent children who, by the way, it is the responsibility of a parent of any child to protect and preserve them. And, you know, there's just no words for how I feel about this man and this case. There's just no words. I mean, what can you say about a man who reads too many conspiracy theories and suddenly decides that he is going to brutally murder his own 2 children with a spear fishing gun, and then try to conceal the murder, leaving the bodies in a foreign country? Maybe he thought it would be harder to trace the murders back to him somehow. And what was he going to do after the murders? You know, where was he going? What was he going to do? Just go home and, oh, my children are missing. It's mind-boggling to me. You know, what was the plan here? I'm just going to murder my children and say they're missing? We'll report them missing somehow? What was he going to tell his wife about where the children were? She saw him load those children in the car and take them. And again, I think that the wife should be criminally charged with at least child negligence or, you know, child endangerment. She sees him loading the children in the car. He's saying he's going on a camping trip with them. And I agree with criminal profiler Pat Brown. My wife and I were avid campers before children. We had gone camping in tents all over the place. We had a van decked out with a bed in the back of it for camping. But once the children arrived, you're not taking a 10-month-old child and a 2-year-old camping with you. Maybe a 2-year-old by yourself if that's all you have, but you're not taking a 10-month-old baby camping with you. So does the mother in this case bear some criminal responsibility? I believe that she does. At least child endangerment. She had to know something was not right when her child is being loaded into not a car seat, but a box. And what was she thinking? Did she call the authorities immediately after he left? Apparently not. So, yeah, this is very disturbing. Now, I mentioned that I could be incorrect in that I believe many of these reptilian alien conspiracies arrived somewhere around 1988, maybe early 90s. And I wondered, pardon me, about the origin of some of them. And I hate to say this, but so many of these conspiracy land con artists, grifters, use pardon me, existing sources like fiction, like works of fiction. We have seen Corey Goode and David Wilcock, for example, use things like Star Wars, Stargate, SG-1, Babylon 5, and other science fiction series, literally Buck Rogers. They used Buck Rogers for a fake story they were selling. So I believe a lot of this may have been rooted in science fiction. And let's think about this conspiracy for a while, for a moment at least. So there is a race of reptilian aliens, and they are either shapeshifters who disguise themselves as humans, or they have skin suits. They're trying to take over the world, or they do rule the world, and they wear skin suits to disguise their real, true reptilian alien nature. If you listen to David Wilcock or Kerry Cassidy, they're trying to have sex with us and eat us, trying to eat us. And they rule the world, and they wear skin suits. And you may wonder, where have we heard that before? Well, I think I may have located the source.
But one night, aboard the mothership, Donovan made a startling discovery. The operation is working perfectly. The visitors were lying. They were not like us. They were not our friends. Donovan rushed back to get his hot story on network television. But before the broadcast, the visitors commandeered the airwaves. The alien spokesman, John, announced to the world that Mike Donovan was a threat to society, as was anyone who questioned the visitors' mission of peace and universal friendship. Donovan tried to tell Christine.
Mike, I work so closely with people every day.
You don't believe me, do you?
Reptilian with tongues that...
It's all true. I've seen it, Chris.
Donovan's mother couldn't be convinced.
That's the most outrageous story I've ever heard.
He became a fugitive. The aliens were determined to kill him before he spread the truth. But soon more people began rebelling against the visitor's stranglehold. However, anyone who tried to escape was taken prisoner. One person did listen to Donovan.
Why don't you tell us what you know?
Juliet Parrish and her small group of resistors were the first not to doubt his incredible story.
Believe me.
Juliet had a plan for the group to fight back.
We have to arm ourselves.
They tried their best, but were forced to retreat. Donovan was caught and taken to see the alien commander, Diana.
You'll soon have no more worries, Mr. Donovan.
Diana had special plans to brainwash Donovan herself. But a few of the aliens were different and wanted to see Donovan escape. He first needed a weapon and a uniform.
You sure don't look like an iguana. What? Bad taste.
These aliens knew Donovan could help them in return.
Some of us, a very few of us, just don't believe in what our leader's doing.
Martin, an alien turncoat rebel, revealed the visitor's earthly mission. It was not to fill the mothership tanks with special chemicals.
You are here to take the water.
And Donovan learned that his 9-year-old boy was one of millions held in special chambers to be used as food.
My son is in here somewhere.
Juliet Parrish and the resistance rebels managed to win their first battle. V for victory became their symbol, but they know.
The war is just beginning.
And for one young girl left pregnant with this alien's child, a nightmare is on its way. Tonight, the saga continues as V, the final battle, begins.
Yeah, V, the final battle. So much of this reptilian alien conspiracy was foretold in 1984 with this particular science fiction anthology, I guess I would call it, because there were two. It was a miniseries. There were two sort of 2-hour television movie miniseries, and then 19 episodes of a television show, hour-long television show. And we see many facets of this alien reptilian overlord conspiracy perfectly in this science fiction series. They're reptilian aliens. They wear skin suits. They're disguising themselves as humans. They are controlling the world, and they don't have humanity's best interests at heart. So is it a big leap or jump to think that a conspiracy land grifter a few years after seeing that would say, this sounds like a great conspiracy theory, and you take that and sell it in books, but use, earthly evidence, I guess, to sort of help sell it? I think it's very probable that a lot of these reptilian alien conspiracies, reptilian alien stories came directly from V. Before V, I'm not aware of reptilian aliens being part of popular culture. And by the way, I'm not saying I'm correct, but I'm just saying this is definitely one possibility of where many of these stories about reptilian aliens come from. We have seen evidence that people like David Wilcock and Corey Goode mine science fiction television shows and movies for their fake stories that they then use to sell to vulnerable people. So what's next for Matthew Taylor Coleman? He is right now in an undisclosed California prison, which I found interesting, and I did make some phone calls. And what I found out is they're not disclosing what prison he's in because he has received many, many death threats, which I suppose is understandable. This man is very vilified and hated, as rightly he should be, for taking the lives of two young children, a 10-month-old baby girl and a 2-year-old baby boy. And it's a real tragedy. And here we can see perfectly displayed the dangers of conspiracy theories and the dangers of the peddlers of conspiracy theories. Now, do I think that David Icke is losing any sleep over this? He was directly named by the defendant in this case, Matthew Taylor Coleman. I don't think he's losing any sleep. I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares one little bit that a conspiracy theory that he promoted and sold may have been a causal factor in the murder of 2 children. And that will tell you something about the mindset of these people. I believe that many of them are sociopathic or psychopathic. They display little or no empathy towards others, despite some of them, like Corey Good, claiming to have superpowered empathy and be an intuitive empath. No, all they care about is the money that they're raking in from vulnerable people. And all they care about is keeping that gravy train rolling with constant money flowing into them. We have seen it time and time again with people like David Wilcock, Corey Good, David Icke, and others. So until Mr. Matthew Taylor Coleman is tried, it's enough to say that he is simply accused of these murders, but I believe that he will be convicted, and I believe that he will receive either a life sentence or, more appropriate in my mind, is the death penalty. I'm not generally real big on the death penalty, but in some very heinous cases like this, like the murder of an innocent child, I do believe that is an appropriate punishment. You forfeit your right to life when you take the lives of someone else. Oh, and so we will read our super chats here. Totem R with a kind and generous $5 super chat says, just discovered your channel. Thank you for your work. Sent you an email. Looking forward to connecting. I'm a shaman, but I'm skeptical. And I did get your email. Thank you for that. I just haven't had a chance to reply to you. But thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. And by the way, we are a viewer-supported show. And we rely on and appreciate the support of those of you who value the content we create enough to throw a couple of bucks in our hat. 1 second here now. I'm trying to find the other bumpers. Yes, I have found them. So let me go and we'll read the rest of the super chats. I apologize to you early super chatters. Sometimes we do these presentations and it's a bit of a distraction to stop every few minutes to read the super chat. So I appreciate your understanding, but we do read every single super chat that comes in and thank every single person for their kindness, their generosity, and their support. So 1 second, I'll share my screen here and let me do that. Share my screen and thank all of you kind and generous benefactors. And let me take a moment to thank the Patreon supporters and the channel members as well. And for those that have asked, the Patreon is $1 a month and the becoming a channel member is $5 a month. You get the same benefits, but on YouTube for the extra couple of bucks, you get a YouTube channel member badge and a few other YouTube goodies. So Totem R, we've read yours, just discovered your channel. Thank you for your work. Sent you an email. Looking forward to connecting. I'm a shaman, but I'm skeptical. My Flock is Everywhere, the kind and generous $3 super chat, and also with the kind and generous $2 super chat. Says, hi, Stephen. Everyone praise the cash. And thank you for your super sticker purchase as well. And Spooky, that one was from yesterday. So we're going to take a moment to remind you that we are, like I said, a viewer-supported show, and we appreciate all your support. Here's our announcer, Ian, to let you know if you do enjoy our content and want to help us create more, how you can help.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month, you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting truth seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
You can also support our show through PayPal, and instructions on how to do that are in the description of the video. We read every single super chat, and we read every single PayPal. So if you send a PayPal, make sure you add a note, and then any message you want me to read, and I will read it on air for you, and thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Oh, here we go, December 28th. We have Sweet Caroline with a kind and generous $30. Thanks very much. And she says, thanks for another great show. Sweet Caroline, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Longtime show supporter. The PayPal MVP is Sweet Caroline. Thank you, Sweet Caroline. I really appreciate your continued support. And happy holidays to all. A lot of people sent me PayPals or super chats and said happy holidays. I want to thank all of you. All that's going into till and being put to the greater good. Yeah, we're doing things for the greater good here. And we appreciate all of you supporting the show. So we will be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I've got some exciting new stuff coming up. I want to welcome all of you new subscribers. We've got like 400 or 500 new subscribers this month. Welcome all of you. Please check out our back catalog. And I am getting a lot of messages asking or telling me, you should cover this. And we already did. Or do you have a show about this? So the search bar is great. Just hit the magnifying glass from our main channel and put whatever you want in there. David Wilcock, Bob Lazar, Jeremy Corbell, Richard Dolan, anybody you want to know more about. Kerry Cassidy, we've probably covered that person here, and you can get our take on whatever it is that they're selling. So use the search bar. Otherwise, I have replied to everybody, and we want to welcome all the new subscribers. Had a great month this month. 400 or 500, our best. I think that's probably our best month for new subscribers yet. We want to welcome all of you, and you are most welcome. I'm glad that you all found me. I can't tell you how glad I am that we've had such a bang-up month here. Also, probably our greatest month for views in the history of Truth Seekers. So thank you all for being here and being a part of the journey. The journey continues tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And we'll be back. Oh, my flock is everywhere. Is that another one? Super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Much, much appreciated. Glad I didn't miss it. Longtime show supporter, my flock is everywhere. Thank you for your kindness, generosity. Thank you all, you Patreon supporters. Thank you, channel members. Thank you, super chatters, PayPalers. We appreciate all of you. And thanks for supporting somebody that's not lying to his audience like Rich from Goof On. But you know what? I'm going to pray that guy gets over. He's obviously got some issues, right? He's talking about I have issues. I mean, generally, I'm a pretty well-rounded, stable person, you know? Do I get pissed off sometimes? Yes, but it's called righteous indignation. And I think a little bit of that is healthy for you. Yeah. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of
This is the story about dangerous UFO cults and murder. This is the story of what happens when someone gets stuck or trapped too deep down the rabbit hole of UFOs and aliens on the internet. There is substantial and supportive evidence that can show that some people get caught or stuck too deep in that rabbit hole. To some, UFOs and aliens on the internet becomes an obsession. An obsession so deep that some are willing to do anything to keep climbing down that ladder. Some people believe that by climbing further and further down that rabbit hole ladder and getting closer to the gatekeepers, those who hold the secrets, that they will be given some secret knowledge that others just don't have. I've often wondered about some of the people I've seen or met on UFO Twitter. Many of those people spend 8, 12, or even more hours a day feeding their obsession. And their obsession only grows with each new promise of revelations soon to come. But all those revelations that these so-called messiahs of disclosure are out there promising everyone never seem to come. But they've sure got something new to sell you every so often, don't they? And isn't it funny how they never seem to deliver on the promise of that disclosure soon to come? And what about the people that are selling this delusional fantasy world to people with little or no evidence at times? Do they bear any responsibility for the negative impacts that the obsession with this delusional fantasy world can have on people's real lives? I have witnessed the damage that this unhealthy obsession can do to many people who get stuck too far down this rabbit hole. It can lead to lost jobs, lost marriages, people who have lost their children, people who have destroyed their lives, even killed themselves. And what about the people who stood there taking the money of these people, selling them this delusional fantasy world where disclosure is going to come any day now, where the government has alien bodies and flying saucers, and soon will reveal the truth about it? What responsibility do those people have? When people's lives are destroyed, when marriages are destroyed, when people take their own lives, or when people get so far down this rabbit hole that they lose all sense of reality, that they finally snap and murder those closest to them, and murder those closest to them, and murder those closest to them, and murder those closest to them.
These are the true stories of murder in UFO land. Sadly, it happens more often than most people would ever imagine. Even sadder, almost none of the people selling the UFO narrative to the public dare mention this or even acknowledge it. The further and further we go down this rabbit hole, the curiouser and curiouser it will get. This is murder in UFO land. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight we'll be continuing our ongoing series, which we've titled Murder in UFOLAND. For several years now, I have studied and cautioned about the dangers of online cults and conspiracy theories. And through some of my research have found some very dark rabbit holes to travel into and some very strange and dark stories. And tonight we'll be sharing with you one of those stories. Tonight is the story of a man named Stephen Mineo, who got caught up in an online alien cult. And I believe that this led directly to his death. Unfortunately, the online cult leader died and never faced any consequences, legal or otherwise. Perhaps reputationally, she did, because many people, including people in her one-time online cult, blamed her for what happened to Mr. Mineo. Before we begin to discuss what happened to Stephen Mineo and the murder that took place, we really need to recognize the causal factor. And I believe that causal factor was indeed Sherry Shriner and her online, what can only be described as her online alien apocalypse cult. Interestingly, despite an incredible amount of influence, and some reports indicate she made hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars with her online activities, there exists only 2 pictures of Sherry Shriner on the entire internet. A picture of her in her younger days, and then a picture of her in her later days, more around the time of this murder. So we'll share that with you as we begin to discuss the rise of Sherry Shriner's conspiracy theory cult. Tonight we'll be deconstructing Sherry Shriner's, some of her conspiracy theories, which of course, like David Icke's conspiracy theories, had a focus on shape-shifting reptilians that were somehow in government and world power and control. Shriner's early life, not much is known about, but what is known is that for college, her education was at a Christian school where she dreamed of becoming a newscaster or show host on CNN or on television. And when those plans did not work out in her favor, she essentially started her so-called online ministry with her online platform. And these began on early audio podcast networks. And so having been rejected by the mainstream media for any type of job or position that she felt she deserved, she started her own online network on these early podcast networks. And within a very short time, a conspiracy star, for what that's worth, was born. Sherry Shriner is a polarizing figure in the realm of conspiracy theories, and she has garnered attention for many of her outlandish claims and fervent followership. Central to her narrative is the existence of shape-shifting reptilian beings that are, according to Ms. Shriner, covertly controlling governments and orchestrating global events. Tonight, we'll be critically analyzing some of Shriner's conspiracy theories and examining the psychological, sociological implications of her assertions and claims. I think that by focusing on the mythos that she promoted of these shape-shifting reptilians and government control, tonight we'll sort of reveal the mechanisms through which such narratives propagate, and of course the consequences they entail for rational discourse and societal cohesion. So we all know, if you're here, you know this already, but it deserves to be said, conspiracy theories have long captivated the human imagination.
And I believe that's because they offer narratives that challenge conventional wisdom and purport to reveal hidden truths. Sherry Shriner, who was once a very prominent figure within the landscape of conspiracy theorists, once amassed a huge following by promoting a constellation of very fantastical beliefs. Important to note that she never really provided any evidence of her fantastical beliefs. And her beliefs were a mix of Christian beliefs and conspiracy theories, chief among them being the existence of shape-shifting reptilian aliens that were infiltrating positions of power and controlling humanity. But if we undertake a critical examination of her conspiracy theories, with a particular focus on the pervasive mythos of those shape-shifting reptilians exerting control over governments and global affairs, what we find out is that her claims were largely just that, claims. She offered little to no actual evidence, and like many conspiracy theories, just connected many disconnected stories into her chosen narrative. And Shriner's narrative of shape-shifting reptilians was at the heart of Shriner's conspiracy theories. And of course, within these theories lies the notion of those shape-shifting reptilian beings, which are purportedly somehow alien or extraterrestrial in origin, and at the same time ancient, who somehow clandestinely manipulate human societies for their own nefarious ends. According to Shriner, these reptilian entities somehow shapeshift and are able to assume human form. And by that method, they're able to infiltrate key institutions of power to further their agenda of enslaving humanity. Through her massive, some would say, online presence, including websites, social media platforms, Facebook, and podcast networks, Shriner disseminated anecdotes, purported evidence, which really didn't amount to real evidence, and esoteric interpretations of both the Bible and world events to substantiate her claims. And it's interesting that despite lacking any evidence, Shriner's narrative of these shape-shifting reptilians exerted a profound influence on her followers and on online conspiracies in general. And her followers ardently embraced her worldview, often to the exclusion of rational inquiry. And then, of course, there are some psychological dynamics when it comes to the belief in shape-shifting reptilian aliens. The allure of these conspiracy theories, including the mythos of shape-shifting aliens, can be attributed to a confluence of psychological and social factors. For individuals who are disillusioned with mainstream narratives and the boringness of reality, Sherry Shriner's conspiracy theories offered a sense of empowerment through the possession of exclusive knowledge and insights. Sherry Shriner placed herself at the top of this pyramid of secret knowledge. Moreover, belief in shape-shifting reptilians provides a convenient scapegoat for all of societal ills and personal misfortunes, absolving individuals of responsibility while attributing agency to an otherworldly enemy. Within the context of social identity theory, adherence to conspiracy narratives fosters a sense of belonging to a select group of enlightened individuals. And this, of course, reinforces group cohesion, group dynamics, and reinforces in-group, out-group dynamics. In other words, it's us versus them. And if you're not with me, you must be one of the enemy. You must be against me. This brought her followers and group closer together. It gave them a sense of belonging, like many cults do. The proliferation of conspiracy theories on the internet, particularly those espousing the existence of these shape-shifting reptilians and government control, poses significant challenges to rational thought and democratic governance. By promoting narratives devoid of any actual evidence and rational scrutiny, conspiracy theorists like Sherry Schreiner undermine the foundations of evidence-based inquiry and critical thinking. The dissemination of these narratives contributes to the erosion of societal trust in government and other institutions, fostering a climate of suspicion and polarization. And in the absence of robust mechanisms for discerning fact from fiction, conspiracy theories risk subverting democratic institutions and sowing discord within communities. Some people are very drawn to these conspiracy theories, feeling themselves to be a misfit or an outsider. Online cults like Sherry Schreiner's sort of play to those type of people who feel different or feel that something is just not right with the world. Sherry Schreiner's narrative of shape-shifting reptilians and government control, promoted by conspiracy theorists like Sherry Schreiner and also David Icke and others, exemplifies the influence of unfounded beliefs on public discourse and societal cohesion. As society grapples with the proliferation of misinformation and conspiracy theories online, it's important to interrogate the underlying psychological dynamics driving belief in these narratives and to cultivate resilience against their allure. I believe that by fostering critical thinking, something we feel very strongly about here, and media literacy, we can inoculate ourselves against the seductive appeal of conspiracy theories and uphold the integrity of rational thought in an increasingly strange and complex online world. So one of the other things that's very important to keep in mind about Sherry Schreiner is her promotion of orgone. Sherry Schreiner made, by some reports, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars selling orgone devices that she claimed could both heal you of anything that ailed you, sound familiar, quite like the medbed scams of late, and also protect you against those reptilian alien shapeshifters. It's almost as if Miss Sherry Schreiner created a problem and promoted that problem as a huge problem in the world, and then for a price offered a convenient solution. But the problem is that the myth of orgone has been debunked time and time again. It's a pseudoscience. It's a modern day snake oil. Orgone is a term coined by William Reich in the mid-20th century, and it's persisted as a supposed energy force capable of healing, cleansing, and even enhancing your life. And one moment here, I have some examples which you might be familiar with, examples of so-called orgone energy devices. Let me share my screen once again. And we've all seen these. If you're into UFOs or aliens or conspiracies, you've all seen these websites that basically promise that these devices can do all kinds of things. And isn't it interesting? Nobody ever offers any evidence that these things actually do anything other than fill their sellers with large sums of cash, fill the seller's pockets and claimants' pockets with large sums of cash, but they never actually prove that these things do anything. And despite the lack of evidence supporting the existence or efficacy of orgone, a huge market for orgone devices has flourished and is still flourishing right now. You can just search for orgone pyramids anywhere, including Amazon, I believe, with proponents selling these objects as miracle cures or spiritual tools. But orgone is a pseudoscience, and the tactics employed by those who capitalize on the mythos around orgone are simply exploiting vulnerable individuals who are looking for solutions to real-world problems that they have. In the world of alternative medicine and spiritual healing, orgone has been touted as a universal life force generator,
capable of curing ailments, improving your mental health, and even protecting against negative energy or electromagnetic radiation. Orgone originates from the failed and false theories of William Reich, a psychoanalyst whose ideas were increasingly rejected by the scientific community. Still, orgone became a fixture in the landscape of pseudoscience, and despite its dubious origins and lack of scientific validation, the belief in orgone doing many things still somehow persists. And this belief is driven by those, I believe people are scumbags who sell these things. Not in all cases. Listen, if you want to buy one just because it looks cool and put it on a table in your home, that's fine. But the people who market these things, making all kinds of wild claims about what these things can do, in my opinion, those people are scumbags. And the belief in orgone still persists, which is perplexing to me, but that belief is driven by those who market and sell these orgone-related products as miracle solutions to anything that ails you. Whether your problems are psychological in nature, medical, I've seen people sell these things claiming that they can help cure cancer to cancer patients. This, of course, has its own ethical problems. But back to Sherry Shriner, it's important to note that Sherry Shriner exploited belief in orgone, and she exploited fear. Sherry Shriner, who of course was a self-proclaimed prophet and spiritual warrior and conspiracy theorist, she gained notoriety for promoting orgone, even calling her followers orgone warriors, as a powerful tool for protection against evil extraterrestrial forces. And despite the complete lack of scientific evidence supporting her claims, Shriner was very successful, especially financially. By some reports, she made hundreds of thousands of dollars every year selling these devices to her followers. Shriner successfully sold orgone devices to many of her followers, profiting from their fears and vulnerabilities. In the vast and often murky world of conspiracy theories, Sherry Shriner stands out for her bold assertions about these orgone devices, about the alien beings and their supposed influence on humanity. And central to her belief system that she promoted was the belief that orgone, which again is a pseudoscientific concept originally introduced by William Reich, a discredited psychoanalyst. Shriner claimed that these devices could be used as a miracle defense mechanism against these alien forces. Shriner marketed and sold orgone devices, claiming they offer protection from everything from alien abduction to government mind control. However, a closer examination of her claims and the reality of actual science reveals that that her claims about these devices are not only unsubstantiated, but they are also extremely unethical and exploitative. So we've gone over the origins of these devices, but Shriner took Reich's discredited concept and adapted it to fit her own conspiracy-laden worldview. She claimed that orgone energy could repel and neutralize the threats posed by extraterrestrial beings, whom she described as evil, malevolent, demonic, shape-shifting entities that were controlling all the world's governments and infiltrating human society. According to Shriner, her specially crafted orgone devices, often referred to as orgonite, could be used to protect individuals from these evil alien forces, as well as from various forms of spiritual and psychic attack, including evil spirits and even demons. Shriner's claims are characterized by a complete lack of scientific backing. There is no credible evidence to suggest that orgone or orgonite energy even exists, let alone that it can influence extraterrestrial beings or provide any form of protection. Her assertions rely on anecdotal testimonies, vague references to ancient knowledge, and a heavy dose of fear-mongering, all designed to convince her followers that they need her products to safeguard their spiritual and even physical well-being. And let's talk for a moment about Sherry Schreiner's exploitation of fear and vulnerability. One of the most troubling aspects of Sherry Schreiner's promotion of orgone or orgonite is her exploitation of fear. By convincing many of her followers that they are under constant threat from invisible, demonic, alien, and malevolent forces, she created a sense of urgency and dependency. Her followers needed her to survive. This fear-driven narrative is a classic tactic used by purveyors of pseudoscience to manipulate vulnerable individuals into purchasing ineffective or worthless products. And we see this across the board. Right now, we've got David Wilcock claiming that there's a mass ascension event coming and you need to be prepared for it. He does the same thing, manipulating vulnerable individuals into purchasing ineffective or worthless products. Schreiner's followers, many of whom are already inclined to distrust mainstream science and governmental authority, or even religious authority, were particularly susceptible to her claims. Many of her followers, as I said earlier, often felt like misfits, or they felt alienated from conventional society. They were searching for alternative explanations and solutions to their problems, and Schreiner offered a solution to all of their problems in the form of these orgone or orgonite devices. Schreiner capitalized on their vulnerability, on their alienation, offering her orgone devices as a solution to all their fears at a price. And by many reports, Sherry Schreiner got rich selling these devices. But the idea that these orgone devices or orgone energy can protect against aliens or other supernatural forces is quite simply a complete and total fantasy. The materials used in orgonite, resin, metal shavings, crystals, and rocks, have no scientifically recognized properties that would enable them to interact with any kind of energy field. And in fact, I was once at a sort of let's just call it a new age conference, and listening to somebody give a sales pitch of these, claiming that they produced scalar energy and they halted EMF and all of these other things. These claims are all completely and totally false. So there is no scientific data or measuring device that can show that these produce any kind of energy field, let alone repel extraterrestrial beings. The notion that these objects could have such powers is rooted in pseudoscience and is a belief system that lacks evidentiary support and thrives on anecdote, stories, and speculation. Throughout the years, there have been numerous investigations into many people making many claims about orgone, and most of those investigations have consistently found no evidence to support the people making the claims. Orgone or orgonite devices, including those sold and popularized by Sherry Schreiner, are inert objects. They're basically trash: resin, bits of copper wire, rocks, crystal, salt crystals, and these things, even together, have no special properties. They don't generate any energy. They don't influence the environment. They don't affect health in any measurable or real way. So the continued promotion of orgone as protective or a healing tool is therefore not just misguided, but fundamentally deceptive. Sherry Schreiner's promotion of these orgone devices as a defense against aliens raises serious ethical concerns. By selling products based on fear and falsehoods, she exploits her followers' trust and vulnerabilities. The financial and emotional costs to those who buy into her claims can be significant, as they may forego legitimate medical solutions or treatment in favor of ineffective pseudoscience remedies. Schreiner's activities contributed to the broader problem of pseudoscience, undermining public understanding of science, medical science, and rational thought. The proliferation of her baseless claims, like those surrounding orgone, can erode trust in legitimate medicine and medical institutions, making it harder for individuals to discern truth from fiction. So Schreiner's sale of these orgone devices
really made her rich, and her sale of these orgone devices as a means of protection against extraterrestrial threats is a clear example of pseudoscience at its most exploitative. Her claims were unsupported by evidence, and her products offer no real benefits to those who purchase them. Instead, they prey on the fears and vulnerabilities of her followers, profiting from their anxiety, medical problems, mental problems, and distrust. It's crucial that we approach claims like this with skepticism and demand evidence before accepting or promoting them. So, important to note that Miss Schreiner literally got rich selling these pseudoscience devices that are, and by the way, I have seen some artists that make these that, hey, they're pretty. Right? If you want to put it in your house as just a pyramid or an art piece, I'm fine with that. But the problem that I have is when people are using fake pseudoscience and promising people miracle cures and more. Now on to the murder. So it's important to note that the two people involved in the murder, both the victim and the murderer, were very, very deep into the Sherry Schreiner online cult and Facebook group and more. And in fact, we've obtained the interrogation videos, the original police interrogation videos, where the murderer mentions Sherry Schreiner many times and the Facebook group as well. I believe that Sherry Schreiner had a direct causal effect on these two individuals, and really, you're not supposed to speak ill of the dead, but I have to call a spade a spade. I believe that Sherry Schreiner is largely responsible for this murder and what indeed happened on that night. So we'll take a moment to welcome in the live chat. I want to also just mention we're a viewer-supported show. We read every single super chat, but tonight I will be reading them at the end of our presentation. I have a great deal of information to share with you, including some of the original interrogation videos. So back to the actual murder. The two individuals involved were the victim, Stephen Mineo, who again was deeply involved and some would say a high-ranking member at one time of Sherry Schreiner's online alien cult, and also Barbara Rogers, who was also deeply involved in Sherry Schreiner's online alien cult. In fact, they met through the cult. But tragically, on July 15th, 2017, Stephen Mineo was shot and killed by his girlfriend, Barbara Rogers, in their home in Coolbaugh Township, Pennsylvania, which coincidentally is only about 10 miles from my cabin. It's in the Pocono area of Pennsylvania, the Pocono Mountains. Rogers claimed initially that Mineo had put a gun to his head and asked her to shoot him, saying that he could no longer take the pressure from Sherry Schreiner and her group. The couple had both been avid followers of Sherry Schreiner, but in the weeks leading up to the murder, they had become the targets of Sherry Schreiner's wrath. In 1 second here, I have some other images to share. It's really a tragic story of two young people's lives being destroyed by an online alien cult. And here we see Stephen Mineo and his one-time girlfriend, Barbara Rogers. So essentially, there was a falling out between Sherry Schreiner and Stephen Mineo, and that falling out began the instant that Stephen Mineo hooked up with his girlfriend, Barbara. It appears that Sherry Schreiner did not like Stephen Mineo having another woman in his life that had power or influence over him. So Schreiner accused Rogers of being a vampire, witch, reptilian super soldier.
asserting that she had infiltrated Minio's life to lead him astray. Essentially, that she had infiltrated Stephen Minio's life to lead him away from Sherry Shriner. This accusation, combined with Shriner's repeated denunciations and the pressure to conform to her group's beliefs, her cult's beliefs, put a very significant strain on Minio and Rogers' relationship. Essentially, Sherry Shriner put herself between these two who were in the midst of a romantic relationship, having moved in together, and was telling Minio what an evil, alien, reptilian, vampire witch his girlfriend was. According to court testimonies, Minio had become increasingly paranoid and fearful of Shriner's prophecies, leading to a state of emotional and psychological distress. On the night of the murder, Rogers, in a state of panic and confusion, claimed that Minio had handed her a gun, put it to his head, grabbed her hand, and begged her to shoot him, a request she eventually admitted to complying with. However, the circumstances surrounding this shooting and the influence of Shriner's rhetoric make it clear that the situation was far more complex than a simple murder-suicide scenario. The toxic environment created by Shriner's influence, including many of her followers attacking both of these individuals, both separately and together in many online arenas, played a significant, some would say pivotal role in driving the couple to this tragic outcome. Sherry Shriner's role in the events leading up to Stephen Minio's murder cannot be understated. Her control over her followers was absolute. She claimed that she was God's prophet, essentially sometimes claiming that she was like the female version of Jesus, the daughter of God. And her control over her followers was 100% and absolute. She demanded total obedience from her online cult followers. Her control over her followers, which was absolute, combined with her paranoid and apocalyptic teachings, created a highly volatile environment for many involved. Shriner's accusations against Barbara Rogers in particular contributed to a psychological breakdown in both Barbara Rogers and Stephen Minio, the victim, which led to this fatal confrontation. And I have a few other images here to share. That one's not it. Here's an image of Barbara after the arrest. She's tragically, I believe it's not just one person's life that was ruined by Sherry Shriner and her online alien cult. Throughout researching this request, I've reached out to Barbara Rogers for an on-the-record interview, and as of the time of this broadcast, she has not yet agreed to do that. But I still have sympathy for what happened to her. And perhaps after viewing just a little bit of the 8 or 10 hour initial police interrogation, you would too. She seemed in the interrogation videos to be very confused, distraught, emotionally distraught. She's talking to herself. She's begging God to change the outcome of that tragic night. It's a very tragic story. So Shriner's influence on this couple operated on several levels, as I have observed it. First, her ability to instill fear and paranoia into her followers created a mindset where they felt constantly under threat from these invisible, alien, demonic, or malevolent forces that Shriner claimed were controlling the whole world, including local governments, local sheriffs, local police. This heightened sense of danger was compounded by her specific accusations against Rogers, which she made cult-wide. In other words, Sherry Shriner was making public proclamations that Barbara Rogers was an evil, shape-shifting reptilian alien that was negatively influencing Stephen Mineo and wanted his downfall, essentially. And this, of course, isolated the couple from the rest of the group and pushed them into a corner. Next, Schreiner's teachings encouraged a binary worldview in which anyone who questioned her or deviated from her teachings was seen as an enemy and was ostracized from the group, or some people in some religions call that shunning. So Barbara Rogers and Stephen Mineo were shunned from the group, but not just that. Sherry Schreiner continued to make very harsh claims against Barbara Rogers, which caused many of the online cult members to attack them in various ways. And of course, this is a perfect case of you cannot question the leader of a cult. Their truth is absolute, and anyone who questions the cult leader is shunned or ostracized from the group. And that's a severe form of punishment if you have structured your entire life around this group. So Sherry Schreiner's absolutist mentality left no room for any doubt or dissent within the group, which further complicated the couple's isolation and desperation. The murder of Stephen Mineo is a stark reminder of the real-world dangers posed by conspiracy theories and the individuals who propagate and promote them. While conspiracy theories to some might seem harmless or even entertaining diversions, they can have severe consequences when taken to their logical extremes. Schreiner's ability to manipulate and control her followers demonstrates just how easily conspiracy theories can turn dangerous. These online conspiracy theories can be especially dangerous, especially when they involve elements of fear, paranoia, and cult-like behavior. In the case of Sherry Schreiner, her online presence provided her with a platform to disseminate her beliefs to a worldwide audience. But it also allowed her to create a closed, insular community, which we've discussed here many times. Many of these online conspiracy theorists, and online cult leaders create echo chambers, an insular community where dissent is just not tolerated. And the members of the group are continually subjected to their influence. The psychological impact of such an environment can lead to extreme actions, as evidenced by the tragic murder in Stephen Mineo's case. The murder of Stephen Mineo by Barbara Rogers highlights the lethal potential of conspiracy theories and the influence of online cult leaders like Sherry Schreiner. Schreiner's manipulation of her followers, coupled with her apocalyptic and paranoid rhetoric, created a situation where real-world violence became almost inevitable. This case serves as a powerful warning about the dangers of allowing conspiracy theories to go unchecked and the importance of addressing the underlying psychological and social factors that contribute to their spread. Pardon me. As the digital landscape on the internet continues to evolve, it's crucial that we remain vigilant against the proliferation of harmful cult leaders and conspiracy theories and conspiracy theorists, and the individuals who use them to exploit and control vulnerable people. The tragic death of Stephen Mineo is a reminder that these ideas are not just harmless fantasies or mindless entertainment. They can have very deadly consequences. So we'll get to a more media-rich portion of our presentation tonight. This story got a significant amount of local television coverage. So we'll put our fair use banner up. This is a transformative work.
we are educating the public and critiquing the videos that we are sharing. This is covered under fair use and is certainly allowable by law. I have found some of the local coverage about the actual murder. There was, after all, significant media interest in this story, largely, I think, due to the alien aspect and the online cult aspect of it. It made it a more salacious, more sensational story. And certainly, you know that any salacious or sensational story gets clicks and views. So there was a lot of media produced. I have tried to distill things down to the most important parts of that media, or interesting parts of that media coverage. And I also wanted to share with you some of the original interrogation footage, which I think is extremely important in the story. When the interrogation first started, seems like Miss Rogers was basically saying, well, what a tragic accident. And she appears truly distraught, upset, and sort of mentally compromised. And I certainly feel for her and have sympathy for her. Barbara Rogers was convicted of the crime of murder. And this is just a tragic story all around. These people were way too young to destroy their lives over what is essentially the ridiculous, nonsensical ramblings of Sherry Shriner. And it's interesting, in preparing for this broadcast, I listened to perhaps, I don't know, 20 or 30 hours of Sherry Shriner's broadcasts, which, by the way, are still on YouTube, which I think is very dangerous to leave them up. I don't believe in censorship, but in this case, her conspiracy theories and, you know, wackadoo teachings led directly to this murder, in my view, and therefore is dangerous enough that I wouldn't leave them up if it was solely my decision to make. But somehow they're still available on YouTube. I believe they're on other platforms as well. But let's get to some of the media coverage, which I think was very, very interesting about this case.
A Monroe County woman claims her involvement in an online alien cult led to the death of her boyfriend. Barbara Rogers is charged with shooting Stephen Mineo at a home near Tobyhanna in July 2017. Rogers claims she and Mineo were part of an online cult that centered on aliens and the end of the world. In opening statements, Rogers says that the cult turned against her and Mineo, and she told the jury Mineo put the gun to his own head and told her to pull the trigger. She claims she didn't know the gun was loaded and calls the shooting an accident. Gilma Avalos for CBS Philly.
Yes, so as we'll see in some of the original police interrogation videos, she first claims that this was an accident. But as the interrogation goes further and further, her story keeps changing and changing and changing again. The police caught her in several other inconsistent statements, which means that the murder case and her defense of it being accidental did not go well. Let's check out some of the other media coverage.
And tonight, with a jury right now in Monroe County deciding the fate of a woman who shot and killed her boyfriend in a cult-connected murder, according to prosecutors. Eyewitness News reporter Brianna Strunk has followed this case from the beginning. She joins us live outside Monroe County Court with more. Brianna.
Well, Mark, the jury started deliberating around 12:45 this afternoon. They then came back into the courtroom around 3:15 to ask the judge to clarify the difference between first and third degree murder. Now at this hour, they continue deliberating. Let's take a look at some video now. In July 2017, Barbara Rogers called 911 to report she killed her boyfriend, 32-year-old Stephen Mineo. When investigators arrived to the couple's Coolbaugh Township home, they determined Mineo was shot in the forehead at close range. Rogers blamed his death on an online alien cult, which she and Mineo belonged to. Rogers says the cult turned on her, calling her a witch, and because of that, Mineo asked her to kill him. Back in 2017, Eyewitness News spoke with the cult leader, Sherry Shriner. She said Mineo angrily left the ministry once members outed Rogers. Shriner claims she tried to warn the victim that Rogers was dangerous. Now, before trial started, prosecutors did offer Barbara Rogers a plea deal. They offered her to plead guilty to third-degree murder, which carries a 10 to 15-year prison sentence, but she declined. Now, once a verdict is reached, of course, we will bring you that latest information. Live in Stroudsburg, Brianna Strunk, Eyewitness News.
Thanks for our update, Brianna, and we will continue monitoring this story as we wait for that verdict tonight in Monroe County.
Yes, so interestingly, she was offered a plea deal, and if she had taken that plea deal, she might be out of prison already, but she refused to take the plea deal. And there's more media coverage. Let's check that out.
A woman who killed her boyfriend while part of an alien-themed religious cult in Monroe County will remain jailed. The state Supreme Court made that ruling today. The Pennsylvania High Court upholding the 15 to 40-year sentence of Barbara Rogers. She was found guilty of third-degree murder after she killed Stephen Mineo in their Coolbaugh Township apartment. The investigators into investigation into Rogers started in 2017 after she shot Mineo in the head. Rogers called police and said that she and Mineo were both members of a fringe religious group. However, court papers say that Mineo and Rogers had gotten upset with the leader of the cult, who believed that Rogers was a reptile.
Who believed that Rogers was a shape-shifting alien, yes. And so there was a bit of media fascination with this story, leading to a lot of different coverage. Most of it, some of it sort of tongue-in-cheek, like, oh, online conspiracies, see, you should stay away from them or you could end up murdered. And I'm not sure that that's always the case, but certainly in some extreme cases, this can lead to a great deal of tragedy. And we have seen it here with this series. Remember, this is the third in our Murder in UFOLAND series. And if you're enjoying this story and this content, please do check out parts 1 and 2. At the conclusion of tonight's broadcast, I'll be adding a playlist for this Murder in UFOLAND series. Let's check out, I have just one more clip of the media coverage surrounding this event.
Guys, a bizarre story involving a North Jersey native, a murder, and an end times cult is sweeping headlines across the country. Stephen Mineo was 32 years old when he was shot and killed on July 15th in Coolbaugh, Pennsylvania, which is about 100 miles north of Philadelphia. He's a North Arlington, New Jersey native who had fallen in with a so-called reptilian cult involving doomsday prophecies and beliefs that people, including those in high office, are alien reptiles in disguise. Police have arrested Barbara Rogers, his girlfriend, and charged her with murder. That's when the story gets a little bit unusual. Rogers allegedly confessed to police that she killed Mineo, but he wanted her to do it. He wanted to escape this cult and told her to shoot him in the forehead, which she obliged, and he was killed. Now, the group's leader, Sherry Schreiner, has denied that this belief system is a cult and has taken to a radio show to say that she warned Mineo about being involved with Rogers.
You know, Steve wasn't involved in a cult. And I'm not a cult, and I'm not a cult leader. And so I want to set that straight because Barbara's trying to settle up her defense because everything she said was a lie. And so, you know, she's trying to get out of it. She hunted Steve down, picked his head up from the floor and put a bullet in his head, and so...
These people believe that they are prepping for the end of the world. It's a very bizarre story and a really sad one for Mineo's family. Jim McQueenie, host of NJ Now, you got a lot of experience in news and media. What do you think?
As long as you weren't going to say experience in cults, I was with you on this one.
Well, you did work in politics.
Right, and there's two big cults, Republicans and Democrats, right? You know, you look at this cult phenomena and I have to say, who's crazy is this to be doing this? I mean, and everybody looks at this, right?
You know, you struck up on something with politics. Like, this is not equating this at all, but we do have a president right now who sits down with Alex Jones, who talks about how Hillary Clinton emits a sulfuric odor because she's like satanic.
Look, everyone has the right to believe what they want to believe and be friends with whoever they want to be friends with. If you want to be part of a cult, that's fine, but don't say the devil whispered in your ear, that's why you murdered someone. My answer to that is get the hell out of here.
Sabine, there's a great saying about lunacy versus something else, right? If you're having a monologue with God, that's called prayer. If you're having a dialogue with God, that's called crazy.
It's scary that someone felt that they needed to escape. run away, and maybe that they didn't feel like they had an avenue to do so. You know, maybe you're impressionable at the time, maybe you're vulnerable, maybe you go to the group because it's giving you something else in your life that you're not getting elsewhere. But if you decide one day you want to leave, can you leave?
I have some level of understanding of people getting swept up in certain cults, but when I start talking about lizard people walking around, like, come on.
Look,
how do you get caught up in that? How does that
As they said in The Lion in Winter, Brian, in a world where carpenters rise from the dead, anything is possible.
Yeah. So next I have, we've obtained the original police interrogation video, which I think is the most revealing part of the story. As I said, when the interrogation starts, Miss Rogers appears convinced that this was just a tragic accident. The gun went off somehow. But as the interrogation progresses, we see there's much, much more to the story. And I don't recommend, in the future, I'm going to do my very best to not watch an entire police interrogation to do a story, because I found myself coming back to this interrogation in my mind over and over again. And certainly having a great deal of sympathy and empathy for the victim, but even this Barbara Rogers. And just to be clear, Barbara Rogers is still, I believe, trying to appeal the case and get her conviction overturned. She was convicted of third-degree murder and is still right now in prison. I have reached out to her for an on-the-record interview. I can go there in person and conduct the interview, I'm told, by prison officials. I'll give you an update when we know more about that situation. But I think this police interrogation really does tragically tell the story better than I could. So I wanted to include some bits from that. Let's begin, friends, shall we?
Can you tell me exactly what happened tonight?
Tonight? Yes. Okay, it all started. I know that we were on Facebook, and I think this might have been what triggered it. He saw a bunch of bad comments from somebody named Marion, putting that, you know, that I'm a witch and a reptile. And I think when he saw it, he got really angry, and he commented like a whole bunch of comments. And I could tell him, look, just forget the whole thing. Don't worry about it. And afterwards, you know, I don't know. After that, I think that might have been what triggered him to be this way. But then he's like, come on, let's go to the bar and, you know, have a little bit of fun. And he seemed normal. You know, we had like 1 or 2 drinks and everything was well. Okay, and then when we came home, he goes, you know, I need to practice shooting my gun. Come walk with me into the woods. So he took his gun, he grabbed it, he loaded it, he walked into the woods, he fired a few rounds. He goes, do you want a firewood? And I'm like, no, that's okay. You know, so then, you know, we walked back into the house. All of a sudden, he took the gun and started putting it into my hand. He goes, here, take it, point it at me. Point it. He just starts grabbing it, saying, you know, he put it in my hand and he goes, point it at me and shoot it right now. That's when it went off, right there. And the thing is, ever since he, there's a woman named Sherry Schreiner, and okay, he used to be close friends with her, and he used to follow her. He was really good friends with her. She runs a religious cult, some type of weird religious cult. And she's on Facebook, and she talks about like aliens and stuff.
Are either one of you two in a cult?
Not anymore. See, we were both friends with her, but then one day out of the blue, she just turned on us. You know, when me and him got together, she started turning on both of us.
What cult was it? Is there a name for that cult?
No, they call themselves Oregon Warriors.
Oregon?
Oregon Warriors, yes.
Like the state of Oregon? Or
Not
just...
Oregon, Orgone.
All right.
As the interrogation would continue, Miss Rogers would be confronted with contradictory evidence that would dispel many aspects of her story. And she appeared to be crumbling under the psychological pressure of the police finding that many of her statements were not correct as to what happened that night. And the interrogation continued, and Miss Rogers began making admissions that the original story that she gave wasn't entirely correct. She began remembering that maybe she did pull the trigger, and maybe the gun didn't just go off, and maybe the position that they were both in that she originally told the police was not entirely accurate. It's hauntingly tragic to watch this interrogation continue and to see her story keep changing as the police confront her with more and more evidence that she did indeed pull the trigger, and she was not in the original position that she claimed, and that the event could not have taken place the way that she originally claimed that it did. Let's examine the rest of the interrogation bits that I have put together here.
He just starts putting it in my hand and he's pointing it at his direction. You know, he just goes, he placed it in there and he pointed at himself and goes, here, shoot it right now. And it just went off.
So where was he when he was saying that?
In our house, right?
Oh, where in the house? On the bed?
We were beside the bed. We were standing there.
Standing up?
Yeah, we were standing up.
Standing by the bed. Did it go off by accident or?
It went off on accident. I was actually trying to let go. You know, he was telling me, you know, I want you to point this, you know.
How far would you say the gun was from him when it went off?
Maybe this far?
Was it? Okay. So the gun from his forehead was about that far?
Yeah.
She was alive. Let's see. It's already. I don't know what happened, but I didn't know that she was she was here with me. I miss you.
I like I said before, I think you're a good person, but there's more to this that you're still not telling me. It's not matching with what's over there. Not matching with what's at the scene. Okay, so part of what we found over the scene is that he wasn't standing when you pulled the trigger. He was sitting on the floor next to the bed.
Sitting on the floor.
It looks like he was sitting on the floor with his back against the bed.
No, he wasn't. I'm confused. He was not on the bed. He was clearly standing.
Okay. It looks to me like you did this on purpose.
No, I promise.
And on purpose doesn't mean that like you thought about this in the morning and you thought this is going to happen, but it was just a spur of the moment thing. You were mad, you did this, and now you're sorry about it. Is that possible?
I don't know. I remember him standing up. He placed the gun in my hand.
That doesn't match. He's sitting on the ground, you put it right against his head, you pull the trigger. That's what matches.
Sitting on the ground?
Yes. And I understand why your mind is trying to change it, but in reality, you know what happened. And now, like, if you want me to believe you're sorry about this, you have to tell the exact facts. Right? You did this on purpose.
I would never shoot him on purpose, but now I think it's possible he could have been sitting on the ground. You know, everything just happened so fast.
But see how many times you've changed the story already with me now. Like, it's easier to tell it right the first time than to change it a couple times. So he's sitting on the ground, right? Now you remember that?
I think it's possible, but I don't know. I remembered him standing, but it's possible that he could have been sitting on the ground.
And you put it against his head and you pulled the trigger. It wasn't an accident. I'm not saying you wanted to do it, but it wasn't an accident. You did it on purpose, right?
Well, I didn't mean to do it on purpose.
I'm not saying you meant to. I'm not saying what you meant to do. I'm just saying what actually happened. And that is you put it in his head and you pulled the trigger on purpose. right?
Don't know. It could have been this far.
The gun was probably touching his
I
head,
would
right?
imagine the gun was almost touching his forehead if it was not pressed against his forehead.
I think it was pressed against his forehead. I think you pulled it on purpose. In fact, I know that you pulled it on purpose. I don't think that you were planning this, but I think that's exactly what happened, correct?
It might, yes, that could be right.
Can you clear that up for me, just so I understand? At first, you said he wanted you to shoot him.
Yeah, I did say that. I think he did say something like that. He said, "Here, I want you to." He just put it in my hand. He put it there, and he said, "Here, I want you to shoot this gun." I think from there it did accidentally go off when he put it in my hand. I didn't think it was going to hit him.
Could you stand up and show me what you mean? Because it'll help me. So, if we'll say this wall is the edge of the bed, where is he and where are you?
I guess he would have been here, and then I would have been here. You know, he handed me the gun. He said, "Point it," and I think the second I did that, yeah, I shot it and went off.
Okay. So you're holding it down here. That means he was sitting. You remember now that he was sitting on the ground?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember if he was sitting against that wall, like that wall was the bed, how close would you have been to him?
I think I was a little bit closer to him. I could have been like maybe right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so show me with your hands how you would have been holding the gun.
He put it in my hand, and then I went like that.
So where would his head have been at this point? About here or right next to it? Because I want you to remember. It seems like you're remembering now what happened.
Yeah.
So you show me.
I would think it was right here.
So right next to his head, like if your finger, make your finger the barrel of the gun.
Yeah.
Show me with where his head would be.
His head would be like around here. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Right here.
Okay. So you put the gun right up to his head.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then pulled the trigger, right? Yeah. A lot of what you're telling me is a lie, and I know that. So kind of this is your last chance to tell me.
I don't know. What should I say?
The truth.
So, my friends, the tragic story of Stephen Mineo, Barbara Rogers, and Sherry Schreiner really informed me about the dangers of online cults and conspiracy theories and how extremism translates into real-world harm. In the vast, unregulated expanse of the internet, ideas can sometimes spread like wildfire. And in this digital age, with its promise of unprecedented access to information, it also brings a dangerous, darker side, one where misinformation, conspiracy theories, and online cults can flourish. And while these communities often seem fringe or harmless at first glance, they definitely have the potential to lead to significant real-world harm when taken to extremes, like in this case. Understanding the dangers they pose is critical to recognizing, countering, and preventing their spread. Conspiracy theories have been around for centuries, but the internet has amplified their reach and their influence. Platforms like YouTube, Reddit, and various social media sites provide fertile ground for these ideas to grow. Algorithms designed to maximize engagement often push users towards more and more extreme content, creating echo chambers where conspiracy theories are reinforced and even validated. Online cults, similar to traditional cults, are groups of individuals bound by a shared belief system, often centered around a charismatic leader or a particular ideology. These groups use the internet to recruit, indoctrinate, and even control their members. The anonymity and vast reach of the internet make it easier for these groups to operate and expand without the constraints of physical location. And then, of course, we have to recognize the psychological vulnerability and recruitment tactics they use. Individuals who feel like misfits, who are isolated, disillusioned, or seeking a sense of belonging are particularly vulnerable to these online cults and conspiracy theories. The internet provides these individuals
with a sense of community that shares their doubts, fears, and belief systems. Through a combination of persuasive rhetoric, fear-mongering, and the promise of hidden truths, these groups prey on the vulnerable, drawing them deeper into their ideology. Recruitment often begins subtly, through seemingly harmless content that piques people's curiosity. But as individuals begin to engage more and more with this content, they are gradually exposed to more and more extreme ideas. The sense of community, belonging, and purpose offered by these groups can be intoxicating, leading individuals to adopt increasingly radical views. So what I've learned throughout this series is that online cults and conspiracy theories may seem like harmless internet subcultures, but when left unchecked, they can lead to significant real-world harm, such as in this case. The ease with which these ideas spread online, combined with their ability to radicalize individuals and even whole groups, makes them a pressing threat. By understanding the dangers they pose and by taking proactive steps to counter their influence, we can protect those vulnerable individuals and society at large from the destructive consequences of their online extremism. So, my friends, I think this will conclude our presentation. We're going to take a very short break just to remind you that we are a viewer-supported show. And when we return, I'll be taking comments and questions from the live chat. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. Just so that everybody is aware, we read every single super chat. We thank all of our supporters. I've got some people who have bought us a coffee that I will be thanking when we return. And I've got some more time to share with you. So please get your comments and questions ready for me. Please put them in all capital letters so that I can easily identify that's a comment you want me to share and respond to. We want to take a moment to thank you Patreon supporters. By the way, you Patreon supporters and channel members as well got a preview of tonight's broadcast. Some of these things take me a tremendous amount of time to put together. So if you're a Patreon supporter or a channel member, you get some of the portions of tonight's broadcast you got early, sort of a backstage view. And we thank each and every one of you for your support. I'll be back in just a few moments here to answer your comments and questions. We'll be right back, friends.
Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting truth seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support.
Okay, friends, welcome back. And I forgot to have a banner saying the show is not over. Sometimes we play those support bumpers and people just bounce out. And I guess I don't blame you. I don't like commercials myself, but these things are necessary. I saw Patty Wilhelm with a very kind comment. Patty says, the Murder and UFO series has been very interesting. If you haven't seen the previous installments, go back and watch. Yes, and I will be putting a playlist at the conclusion of tonight's broadcast, which will make it easier for people to find those. We have the Christopher Gray story as Murder in UFO Land Part 1, and we also have a Part 2 as well. These are very tragic stories. And I thought that I was concluding this series with this Part 3. However, I keep finding more, and we may dig into those. Rodrigo Vieira is here, longtime show supporter. Haven't seen in some time. Always happy to see you, Rodrigo. Says, off-topic interview suggestion, the hidden risks of meditation. Dr. Willoughby Britton, neuroscientist, Trouble in Paradise. Rodrigo, I don't know. I would certainly be willing to interview anybody about meditation, but most of me thinks that meditation is very beneficial. Maybe I've been doing the right kind and not doing the more dangerous variety, which I have heard that there are some hidden dangers to meditation. I'm doing, some Buddhist meditation as regularly as I can. And specifically, I do the impermanence meditation, which kind of reminds me that this too shall pass, and all things are transient, and to not get so attached to things, because everything in this world, including us, are temporary. But thank you for the suggestion. Questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. Arlene Atkins says, I will stay for the commercial's voice. Yes, that is the voice of Mr. Ian. And Operation Shutdown says, very good presentation this evening. Thank you. So questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. AZ says, the way the voice says cash on the third line cracks me up. Well, he's great at voiceovers. As soon as I heard his voice originally I heard Mr. Ian's voice for the first time on a panel show. I said, you should be doing voiceovers. And he said, yeah, I would do that. So we got him to do that for us here. And there should be more coming. We haven't had time to coordinate things. And Talmud says, I'm a member. I like the extra content. I saw the body cam footage early that way of Wilcock getting nawatted or not swatted. Yes. Yes. And Aliens Are Sus says, Wilcock's done his dog and smoke alarms are dirty. Hope his banana sandwiches won't digest. Yes, and Talmud says it's nice to change things up once in a while. Well, this one was one of those that I just couldn't finish, and I don't know why. And this one's a little more scripted than some of the other episodes you may notice. And that's probably because I couldn't figure out really the best way to present it, but I think we did a good job. And like I said, we will probably have at least a few more of this Murder in UFO Land series. Incidentally, or you could help if you hear about a story of a murder that involves aliens or UFOs, or maybe even online cults. Please do send those to me. It's truthseekershow@gmail.com. JC is here and is also a member. Thank you for that. Says part of the danger is that one becomes more sensitive in some ways and less attached in some ways, especially with the serious group stuff. Long-time meditator here. Regular folks, no issues. Yeah, AZ says we are both temporary and eternal. Well, I certainly would like to believe that we are all in possession of an immortal soul. But sometimes I worry that may just be my 12 years of Catholic school that informs that belief system of mine. But I truly believe that we do have an immortal soul, and I would like to believe that our consciousness extends beyond death, because certainly what a tragic end to this wonderful thing we're all gifted with called life if at the end you just blank out and your consciousness is no more. That's some morose thoughts. And we want to thank our kind and generous benefactors. ML with kind and generous $10 says, great show. Always love hearing about cults and a good interrogation to analyze. Good job. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. And if you are one of those people who would like to help our show continue, remember, we're a viewer-supported show. We're here because of you. Please do hit that money button. We read every single super chat. You can help us praise the cash, which helps us continue our journey here. Thank you, ML. Very kind of you.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right. And I also have a big shout out and thank you for the MVP of buying me a coffee, which is Mike Larry. For those unaware, Mike Larry, longtime show supporter, he was used to gift all the memberships. And so I guess he figured out, because of YouTube, they take 30%, that it would be better to just buy me a coffee on buymeacoffee.com/or/Truth Seekers Show. In the description of this video or podcast is how you can buy me a coffee or a beer or a tea. I'm going to change it to tea. But we want to thank Mike Larry, who bought 32 beers and at $5 a piece. That is very, very generous of Mike Larry. He is making it rain up in here. We want to take a moment to thank him for his kindness, generosity, and support as well. Thank you, Mike Larry, the MVP of buying me a coffee on Buy Me a Coffee.
You're watching Truth Seekers. Praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you, Mike Larry. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. We'll check in as well with our PayPal. You can also send a PayPal pledge. And listen, especially if you're going to send like $150 like Mike Larry just did, or you're going to send a large amount, we appreciate the super chats, but it would be better if you send it through PayPal or through PayPal or through Buy Me a Coffee, because we keep much, much more of that than anything else. Wow, and we want to thank initials RB. Rebecca, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. A $12 PayPal, and the message is simply best show on YouTube. Well, we certainly appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support. Thank you very much for your kindness and helping us to praise the cash. Longtime show supporter, Rebecca.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
And also, we have one more kind and generous PayPal pledger, and that is initials MB in the United Kingdom with a kind and generous $2.50 PayPal. Very kind and generous of you. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash. MB, thank you very much.
Praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, so I've got a little more time to share with you. Comments or questions for me? Yes, thank you, Mike Larry, for making it rain up in here. He is making it rain all the time. Mike Larry is the MVP of show support here. We thank Mike Larry for helping us to make it rain. Very kind and generous. We appreciate all of you supporters. Patty Wilhelm says Mike Larry is very kind. El Garay says Mike Larry is a legend. And Archaic Revival says Mike Larry Sanders show. Oh, yes. Just an update on my eye. And by the way, there's some rude, nasty person saying that I have to show medical documentation about my eye. No, I don't have to do any of that. So I've been treating, for those unaware, I have third nerve palsy, which resulted from a life-threatening brain aneurysm. And I walked away from that still breathing, so I really can't complain, but I got a paralyzed eye out of it. And consequently, that paralyzed eye is very susceptible to strange things. And one of those strange things is styes. I had last week had a terrible stye. I had a big pus ball in the corner of my eye. It starts at what appears to be a pimple, but then it gets infected. I'm happy to report that I'm doing much, much better. I don't believe that I'm going to require any kind of surgery or medical intervention beyond a prescription, which I got. I've got eye drops and eye ointment. I've been doing the hot compresses and also saline solution at night sometimes with a patch on the eye, doing much, much better. Yeah, tea bags, I'm told, are help too. Yeah. Well, I tried everything. I tried that. Sandra McDonald says, back to carnivore, Stephen. I've been on carnivore, but I cheat occasionally. And this is where it gets difficult because, like, I don't want to complain to my wife, but my wife will make a delicious Sunday dinner, and that's going to be my cheat day. Right, Sandra? I go, well, there's this just delicious, like, garlic and sour cream mashed potatoes and rolls. And so I will have mostly meat, but I'll have a little bit of that. But then, since my wife cooks a gang of food on Sunday, then it becomes Monday. And it's like, I'm supposed to have one cheat meal a week, not two. So I got to do something about that. This week I had 2 cheat meals, and it was pot roast and mashed potatoes, which is really difficult for me to say no to. To imagine just sitting there and eating pot roast when there's all the other things around the pot roast. So I never thought that I'd be cheating on my diet by eating carrots and mashed potatoes, but here we are. I'm trying to do small portions though, but mostly at least 5 or I'm trying to go for 6 days a week, nothing but carnivore diet. And by the way, I'm not offering any medical or dietary advice. Consult your medical professional before making any decisions like that. Certainly don't get your medical or diet or nutrition advice from me. I'm just recounting my experience and the audience is sharing with me. Eucalyptus oil in the compress, just a little, has to be therapeutic grade. Now, I've never heard of that, but I'm willing to try anything. Horror thought. Wilcox swimsuit calendar. Egads. There is voices in my head on Twitter is making all those images of David Wilcock that are funny, right? They're like David Wilcock in a bikini. And he's made so many of them that we really could make a calendar, I think, right? I really think that we could. Trying to see if I could find one of them. And I want to give a thank you and a shout out to Stephen Greenstreet of the New York Post, who says, just when I think I'm at the bottom of the rabbit hole and have things figured out, Cambion does a multi-episode investigation into the reptilian apocalypse cult. Well, no, this is one episode of the series. The other 2 episodes of Murder in UFOLAND, Mr. Greenstreet, are about other online alien and UFO cults. This one was specifically about Sherry Shriner, but thank you for the kind words coming from him. That's high praise. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I could find one of those images of
David Wilcock in a bikini, because that's always funny, right? And I'm happy to also report oh yeah, here we go. This is just, I got to share this. This is calendar worthy, I think. I think this is calendar worthy. What do you guys think? Should we make a calendar for this, right? Maybe we should make a calendar and everybody can buy it. We're going to have to, we can't call it a David Wilcock calendar though. We're going to call it a David No-Cock calendar. How about that? Yeah, Algaray says high praise indeed. Yeah, I think he's the best mainstream journalist that's actually covering aliens and UFOs right. Everybody else is doing the copy and paste things. Looks like my high school art teacher. Looks like the thing of nightmares to me. I don't know why anybody would want a calendar of that, but if there's demand, we'll do it. I'll do it. Oh, it gets even worse. It gets even worse, friends. It just gets worse. And by the way, this is a comedic parody. I'm not trying to intentionally cause anybody psychological harm or damage. It's just funny things on Twitter that we find, and I'm allowed to share it. I still have my constitutional rights to free speech. Last I checked, yeah. It gets worse from there, ML. It really does get worse. And I'm happy to report that I found my Don't Sue Me Bro shirt. For those unaware, we have Don't Sue Me Bro shirts with my face on them in our merchandise store. In the description of this video or podcast, you can find a link to our Amazon store. Yeah, Arlene Atkins says that's messed up. Yes. AZ says Bible Rising. Yeah, this is a good calendar photo for March. Yes, extra small leopard print Speedos. Well, we'll see. AZ says, I will pay you to not make calendars, right? Oh, wow. Our Cake Revival says, true, they say a tea bag can reduce swelling in eyes, like green tea would be a good choice. Yeah, but really, consult. We want to be very careful when delving out medical. I'm not giving any medical advice. Neither is anybody in the live chat. They're just repeating things that they've heard. If you have a medical problem, really do consult your medical professional, whoever that be. Don't take medical advice from me or anybody else for that matter. Go to your doctor. But some of those things work. Talk to your doctor about them. Yes, hide grandma and the kids. Yes, if you're watching at home, don't get your kids out of the room for that, right? So, yeah, just make one calendar and send it to David Wilcock. Well, I could print one up. I think that's a good idea. Maybe we'll do that. ML, me neither. You could be allergic to any essential oils, so be careful. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of essential oils, but I do like, I'll tell you what, I happen to have at the cabin once, we had a power failure and all I had was scented candles. And I can't remember, but I think it was like, vanilla raspberry scented candles or something. And boy, did that cabin smell beautiful. I think the wood soaks up that, whatever the oil is in the candles that makes them scented like that. Smelled delicious in the cabin for a while. Tim Curley is here and says someone should AI grown-up DW in his pajamas from when he was 8 years old. Wilcock sees the calendar and gets a stiffy. Yeah, he's his own greatest fan. So absolutely. Yeah. UFO Grifter Swimsuit Magazine with Wilcock as the centerfold. Oh, that's the stuff of nightmares if you ask me. Yeah, so listen, friends, I think we've done our due diligence. We'll call this a quick one. For us, it's a quick one. Sometimes it takes 3 hours to get through some of these. But I'm happy to get this off of. This one has been on my to-do list. You guys know I've mentioned it many, many times. I just, it's kind of hard being a one-man army here to get this all done, get it all together, get the media support, some images, write the script, but it's all very challenging. And I got to tell you, I like being challenged. Sometimes I feel too challenged, but this one was very challenging, but that's what keeps me interested. If it was easy to just knock these episodes out, I don't think I'd have as much interest. It's the challenge of doing it that inspires me sometimes.
and the feeling of knowing that I did a good job telling this really tragic story. And also want to take a moment of silence for the victim, in this case, Stephen Mineo. So if you're a praying person, we'll just observe a moment of silence for the victim here, and observe the tragedy that was his death. Okay, wherever he is, I hope he's in a better place, and I hope you are too. Thank you. Arlene Atkins says, great presentation tonight. And Above the Clouds is telling everybody good night. Patty Wilhelm, Arlene Atkins and Patty Wilhelm are my two biggest cheerleaders, always telling me that I'm doing a good job. I like the positive feedback. Thank you very much. Also, I don't mind criticism, but it's interesting that we have an old troll back in the comments, and I know exactly who it is because only this person would complain about the things they're in the comments complaining about. And but isn't it interesting? Because I haven't thought about that person in months and months and months, and then it made me check in on their shit show that is doing like no views now. So it's natural that they're jealous and going to take some shots at me. And I say, shoot your shot. You cannot affect me. We're on a positive, slow growth here, regardless of how slow the show is growing. It's a fact to say that our show is still growing, and some people's shows are shrinking and dying on the vine. Thankful for our continued growth. By the way, I should remind everybody, since I'm supposed to be a good YouTuber here, and remind you, please be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. It really does help. Hey, maybe you know somebody that's into true crime and not so much into aliens. Tonight's episode would be an excellent episode. Just copy the link and send it to them in DM or PM or email and say, hey, you like true crime, you should check out this. This is a good story. I really would appreciate it. Liking and sharing these videos also does help. Leave some comments for the AI algorithm gods, so that they will find favor in me. Yes. Sunlover 5000 is here and says, quality content is not intoxicating like Fantasyland. That's why there's less people here. Yeah, and also, I mean, if people know that I'm going to go hard on somebody, twice as many people show up. But I don't know if there's some signs from the universe that I got to try to be kinder and gentler. I can't just be hammering people 5 days a week here, 3 days a week, or whatever. There's other stories to be told, and it's not always look at what a scam artist this person is, look at what a grifter this person is, look at what a liar this guy is. But people love what I've figured out is, and I'm like this too, I love those gotcha moments, right? And I get it. Sometimes people come here and they see that we have researched somebody's claims and found out that they're completely, totally full of shit, right? And we can prove it. People love those gotcha moments, so it draws a bigger crowd. Unfortunately, those gotcha moments take time to research and get together and things like that. So I can't always be hammering people. A lot of people, I get messages all the time like, this was a great show. Just do every show like this, just yelling and screaming. And well, it's been a while actually since I've been yelling and screaming. I've been really trying my best to control my emotions better, which I highly, I highly suggest, especially if you have children, because that anger spills over into other areas, and that lack of patience sometimes that I've had, it spills over, like I snapped at my youngest son a few times when I really shouldn't have, but he's cool. Like I apologize to him and try to explain to him that, why, and, but still, I want to try to be a kinder, gentler me, especially in the coming new year. Yes. ML says, but you're funny as hell when you get going on a good rant. I get it. I used to love content like that as well. So I don't blame people for liking that better. But, we need to have some kind of balance here between that and more professional content, I guess, or more,
professionally produced content that's a little more scripted and fact based, and not so much just me calling people cocksuckers, or scumbags. As much as I know people like that, I'd like to have some more balance and provide some more professional journalistic stories. Like tonight. Tonight was a great example of that. So like I said, please do. You could do me a huge favor if you know anybody into true crime, and a lot of people love true crime, copy the link to the show and send it to them. It would really help, especially because sometimes I put so much work into these and then I go, wow, I could have did anything and gotten more views than that, which is a little discouraging, but I understand why it happens. But we've done our due diligence for tonight. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. And I want to thank some of the sources, including the police local to my cabin, that helped me, get the story right. I appreciate all of you kind and generous benefactors, you Twitch subscribers, you PayPal pledgers, you people buying me a coffee, you YouTube channel members and Patreon supporters, super chatters, and hey, you super thanks people. Even if you're watching a replay, you can hit the thanks button and throw a couple dollars in our hat to keep us doing this work and staying honest and keeping our lights on. We appreciate all of you. Thanks for appreciating us. So that's all I got for you, friends. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you'll be here with me. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Canby, and good night, and God bless all of you, especially Mr. Stephen Mineo. Good night, and God bless all of you.